Victoria's Mornington Peninsula is loaded with superb golf courses, and a hidden gem is the Rosebud Country Club, which is where the battle will be on this afternoon between many of the country's top professional men's and women's golfers. And it all comes to an exciting conclusion today. It's the final round ahead. Anthony Hudson and Stacey Peters with you. Stacey, great to have you with us again. Nick Ahern will be joining us as well. We had plenty of action yesterday, but today with the magnificent conditions for golf, anything could happen.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day, isn't it? I'm really looking forward to following this along the next few hours.
And as we talked about yesterday, and for those that joined us, it is a unique formula that we're seeing here with the men and women playing against each other, and also the juniors getting a terrific experience as well. Yeah,
exactly. We've got this unique new tournament series by the PGA and WPGA. Both men and women, they're going to be competing in the same field for the same prize purse. Same pars, scaled tees. And then juniors obviously playing alongside them on the weekend in their own competition.
And let's head straight out to the first, as young Molly Mclean's going to get an opportunity here to look to head into the first green on this par 4 first. And that's a lovely start for her and a great confidence booster for the youngster as well there.
Absolutely. What an experience for her, playing at her home club with, I guess, with her idol, one of her idols, Suo. We have a look at Sue here.
And this is just a few moments ago. If she can make a strong start, she could certainly challenge the leaders this afternoon. We've seen some good scoring out on the course. And look at that. What a start from Suo.
Absolute cracking start there. That's what you want to get the first underway. And here we have Molly for birdie on the first. What a great start to her round this would be.
Oh.
Narrowly misses there. Probably, you know, she'll be feeling the nerves. There's no denying that. I'm sure she'll have a few of the locals out watching. She tidies up for her par.
So again, that was just a few moments ago. She picks up a par. So Sue is waiting to putt. She's through the first 3 rounds, had bogey, par, par on this first hole. So Brendan Goddard, former AFL star, has an absolute complete golf nuffy. He just loves it. He's out there on the fairways for us again this afternoon. Afternoon, BJ.
Hello, Stace. How are we? We're here with Maddie Miller, who he's gone to literally take his putter back and the ball's just moved. So Maddie Miller's just putting here for par. Suo's next to go. As you made mention, she hit a terrific shot in from the fairway to about 2 feet. A sure birdie, but Maddie Miller's got this for par. Missed the green left. This has been incredible up and down, just quietly. With a terrible lie he had over there, so gets away with one there, and Suo, this will be regulation for her. This is no thought needed whatsoever. Tap this inning and off to a great start.
Perfect start to her Sunday round.
Yeah, Brendan said no thought.
And you made mention of the weather.
No thought whatsoever. She put a bit of thought into that and made sure of it, BJ. But we'll get back to you in just a moment, because we do need to know what the conditions are going to be like. But we've already seen with some of our Daimler highlights coming up that some really good scoring is possible. Here's Andrew Dote with his second into 2.
He's obviously, he's got his driver fairway down there. It's not playing too long today. Oh. And he has holed it from what looks like around 30-metre pitch shot. Great shot there.
Aaron Pike also looking for a birdie. He's in that chasing group. And the putt's just dropping early for some of the challengers. Big hitting Aaron Pike, the Queenslander. host yesterday, who he had his issues.
He did on the back nine, yeah. Really had a frustrating front nine, and then things unravelled for him on the back. But he could be trying to turn it around here, our tournament host. Let's hope he can continue that on. And Dote is featuring early in the highlights with a birdie putt on 3. Fantastic start to his round. Eagle birdie on 2 and 3.
So let's have a look at the leaderboard. Live action on day 4. Final round of the Players Series. Victoria, Brad Kennedy has yet to hit off yet with Nathan Barberry. 14 under for the Queenslander, 12 under for the New South Welshman. And Andrew Dote, as we said, has picked up a couple of shots and has moved to 9 under, joined there by Aaron Pike and Suo. So Marcus Fraser also yet to tee off. And a young man we're going to be watching closely after he absolutely tore it up yesterday is the 18-year-old left-hander, Elvis Smiley.
Pretty good effort there out of the trees. Still going to have a reasonable chance at birdie. Maybe a nervous start.
Yeah, 63 yesterday. Didn't show too many nerves after having an indifferent start to the tournament on the first day, Stacey.
Yeah, unbelievable. 6 over through 14 holes, and then he's got it back to be in contention on Sunday. That's there's some good signs there, that's for sure. Across to young Jack Holland, Royal Melbourne member. Plays a great shot in there. Similar position to Elvis was.
First hole rated tougher yesterday, 4th actually, than it was on the first 2 days. There was only 4 birdies on one yesterday, but already we've seen that scoring improve today. Here's Marcus Fraser next to go. Playing with the 2 young fellas in his group.
What do we think the age difference is there, guys?
He's just showing what a little bit of experience can do. Just get a little bit closer. And Nick Ahern joins us as well. Great to have you with us this afternoon, Nick.
Thanks, Hutto. It's great to be here.
As we have a look with thanks to OFX Skycam at this first hole, the par 4 first.
First hole, par 4, 390 metres. Wind's going to be out the left today. It's a southerly, slightly different to yesterday. It was a bit more into. It's a bit of a blind tee shot because you're going up and over the hill. You can't see the green, and it's actually a pretty strong driving hole first up. Out of bounds is to the right, so that can be in the back of people's minds. But if you split the fairway, you're left with a short to mid-iron. It's quite a generous green there. Pin today's cut 13 on 4 from the left, so very accessible. When they put it on the right-hand side, those bunkers are more in the eye line, so we'll probably see a few birdies, I think, from these leading groups as they start the day.
That's where we'll head next to the first green. Smiley going through his pre-putting routine.
He's got the experienced caddy out there again today, Mike Clayton. Sure he'll be offering his words of wisdom. Clates has been in this position many a times.
And Brendan is with us out on course. What are we looking at here, BJ?
Yeah, pretty good shot from both Jack and Elvis out of that right rough and in the trees, and then Marcus does his regular thing, giving anything less than an 8 iron. You probably expected to be within 12 feet, so he's sitting in a perfect spot where he have a little bit of right to left from about 8 to 10 feet, but a pretty solid start. But I did have a good chat with Clayton pre-round, and funny little story. We actually offered to mic him up for today, and he politely declined for the viewers' sake. That is so. He said he wouldn't be doing that because he couldn't help himself but drop a few expletives in there. So, but he did say, made mention of Elvis round yesterday, saying that like most rounds, Stace and Nick, you'd know that he left a couple out there, missed about 4 to 5 putts inside of 10 feet for birdie. So it could have been even lower, which is pretty scary. So he said he's in a good frame of mind to shoot a low one today and hopefully get the job done.
Nathan Barberry here at the first in our lead group. He shot a 61 in the opening round to be the leader after the first day. Followed up with an indifferent 3 over 74 and a really solid round yesterday of 66. He's got a friendly little roll there. And he's away. Back to Elvis with his putt for birdie. And our leader, Brad Kennedy, he has been so solid. Just 2 bogeys for the tournament, 1 on each of the first 2 days.
Not quite the members' bounce there for Brad.
No, it wasn't, was it?
No, but he'll be in fine position there to play to that left-hand hole location.
He's parred the first hole every day so far, Brad Kennedy. Now Marcus Fraser. 5 shots behind our leader. An early birdie is a must.
Just the start Fraser wants there. Get his round underway. And 1 closer to Kennedy.
Young man leading the way yesterday for the juniors. Aron Sharma, 3 under for the day. Talk about follow the leader. Oh, what about that?
That's given that a little nudge, I think.
Yeah. Now for par.
Back up to the first screen for par for Jack Holland. That'll be a nice little nerve settler there. 5-footer on the first for par's not exactly what you're after, but he'll be feeling good about that. What an experience for these young guys, hey?
Yeah, it's we saw it yesterday, and again today, the juniors getting an opportunity of a lifetime to learn so much from. So Brad Kennedy, we mentioned yesterday, is just superb golf, 69, 68, and then 62 to be our overnight leader by 2 shots heading into the final round. And Brendan Goddard did catch up with Brad Kennedy before he teed off this afternoon.
Thanks for joining us, Brad. Rounds of 68, 69 and 62 yesterday. Did you see a real low one coming?
Well, to be honest, the breeze had changed totally different from the last 2 days. So I had to sort of evaluate what the course was going to give up yesterday, and fortunately the back 9 was playing at its easiest, but got off to a really good start. And yeah, what happened during the course of the day was pretty special. Yeah,
we'll touch on that. So Albatross, we believe it's your first in competitive golf. Take us through that in the par 5.
Yeah, well, I was trying to cut the corner as much as I could, and yeah, just didn't quite get it to the fairway, and had 181 to the flag, and it was a real fly lie, and I just thought just hit a 7-iron in the middle of the green and came out absolutely perfect and landed about 12 foot short.
So you overhit it then, and you're trying to hit it to the middle of the green?
Well, I was worried that I was going to catch a fly and it was going to go too long. So I was trying to be a little bit conservative, and yeah, just came out absolutely perfect. One of those shots that you just watch and go, wow, this is going to be close. And I wasn't aware at first whether it went over the green because we just saw it disappear. And luckily there was a few people up near the green that started sort of screaming, and yeah, it was an amazing feeling. Yeah,
perfect. What a great experience. And you've had a 54-hole lead before. Obviously there's been some disappointments and victories in there. How are you approaching today with a 2-shot lead?
Well, it's up to me again, I guess, that what I've learned over my 25 years playing golf is that anything can happen, so I've just really got to do what I can control. And even evaluating yesterday, realistically it was a 5 under day yesterday, so I've got to take that into what I need to do today to really back up. And a lot of the course knowledge today, the breeze has changed again, so we're going to have to evaluate the course and get ready. There's going to be plenty of good scores out there today, so it's all about myself trying to still continue to go forward and just play within myself and see what happens.
Well, thanks for joining us and good luck today.
Cheers, thank you.
Brennan got out on the course for Tag Heuer. Tag Heuer connected golf.
I think we were correct in what we saw there, that Kennedy's ball did get moved.
Let's have a look at the second green now. Birdie putt. Maddie Miller. Oh. Well, this is just what the overnight leader doesn't want to hear. Cheers coming from all over the golf course as birdies are dropped, but it's fantastic for the viewer at home and for those that want a close contest this afternoon. I'd be interested to get your view on the mindset of the overnight leader heading into the final round. A 2-shot lead, so you're still definitely vulnerable.
And I think Brad just said in his interview there, it's in his own hands. You know, it's in his control. He's got a couple of shots lead going into this round, and he probably knows he snuck a couple of extra ones yesterday. But I think he needs to take this aggressive mindset into today.
Yeah, I agree there, Stacey. The chasing pack there of 8s, 9 under, 7 unders, they're going to be shooting some good scores out there. So, you know, the first few holes they can give up some birdies. So it's going to be a hot start from a variety of players as we're seeing, and he'll need to maybe birdie one or two of those first 5 or 6 himself, just to keep that little edge going as we head through the turn.
See Sue O putting for birdie on the second hole. This would be a great start to her round. Birdie on 1 and narrowly misses the birdie on 2.
She'd birdie that hole every day up until now.
And Sharma, the young junior leader. That's a pretty solid shot. Maybe a little extra adrenaline there, would you say, Nick? How do you think he's feeling today, getting the opportunity to play in this final group?
Yeah, he'd be pumped as, I reckon. Give him a basketball right now, he'd be dunking it, no problem at all.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how he would have slept last night.
Back out to Brendan.
He's told them, so you.
Yeah, Nathan's just found the left side of the fairway. He's the last 3 or 4 groups we've seen, this is by far the longest drive off the first tee. So in a great position to attack this flag with a short club in his hand. Looks to be on a really good line.
Oh.
Great shot by Nathan there. Just the start he wants.
He's birdied this hole twice already in the tournament, and he's looking at another here to get within 1 shot of Brad Kennedy.
And here we are with the local member, Molly Mclean, young junior, for birdie on the second. Oh, great start there. That'll settle her down a little bit. It's nice to hear. I think she's got quite a few supporters out there today. And Sue going to clean up for her par 4 here. So he tidies that up to remain at 9 under par.
All right, let's have a little look back on Brad Kennedy's round yesterday, starting with the tee shot at 11. What impressed you the most about the way he played yesterday?
Ball striking from tee to green, from what we saw, was just superb. And every time he had that look at a birdie putt within 15 to 20 feet, it seemed to go in. And when you shoot 62, that tends to happen, obviously. And the Albatross on 15 is just one of those anomalies, I guess, in a round of golf where you just take it and walk to the next.
Yeah, it's like when you are going to have a day out like that, well, things like that happen.
And this was just to finish off the round at 18. Let's go back to the first green. He talked about his consistency in just a couple of bogeys for the tournament. In fact, 11 of the 18 holes, he's had the same score every day. So he obviously is in a groove.
Knows the way he wants to play this golf course by the look of that.
Yeah.
Nice touch there. Just took the putter from slightly off the green. Good choice. And if you're leaving yourself 1 and 2 foot par putts when you're leading, it's stress-free golf, which is kind of nice.
Don't think he'd be counting on getting an Albatross again today at 15 somehow.
I think he's counted that one as a little bonus for the week. Young junior, Sharma. Got a 1-shot lead in the junior competition. Birdie putt on the way. Fellow member of BJ's down at Peninsula Kingswood. Not sure if you've had the chance to play with him, BJ, at all?
No, I haven't yet. I've seen him around a little bit, but Bowl reports a lovely kid and doesn't say much, but a terrific golfer as well. So it's one of the good things about Peninsula is teaches you how to play golf properly. So pretty handy score yesterday, 3 under as well.
Very impressive. Bright future ahead, we'd say.
What about the conditions out there, BJ? What are we looking at for the afternoon as it progresses?
Yeah, you made mention of it. It's perfect golfing conditions at the minute. It's a little bit more breeze than probably when the guys teed off literally 20 minutes ago, but coming from the south, it's meant to be ranging from 15 to 20 k's, but at the minute it's probably only topping at 10 kilometres. So start's going to be pretty important as the day goes on because it looks like there'll be a bit more breeze a little bit later on.
Unfortunately, Sharma just missed his return, his par putt, so that'll drop him back to 2 under par and in a tie for the lead in the junior competition with Jack Holland. What a start this would be for Nathan to get within 1 of Kennedy. Ideal start there, birdie on the first.
So, Nick, is it a sort of a nice position to be in that second spot where you just got to...
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where obviously you'd love to be leading, but...
Doesn't quite have the same pressure in another way, does
No,
it?
exactly. You know, and you're just kind of keeping an eye on what Brad does and see, you know, obviously a birdie is the ideal start to settle those first tee nerves, first hole nerves, and usually after that first hole, you kind of settle into that round, and Brad just taps in for his par there, and you know that's a nice steady start for him as well. The second hole gives another opportunity for a good birdie, so these players will just probably be keeping an eye on how the chasing pack are going, but at the moment, you know, Brad's got a 5-shot lead on the rest of the field. He's really only looking at Nathan and what he does early on. As we see Marcus Fraser on the second hole here, a little out of position off the tee, but got the wedge in hand, which is fine.
Great angle in to have a look at it too. Oh!
Wow. That was actually over adjacent on the 9th fairway that he hit that from. So maybe that's the play from now on. Hit it up 9.
Sue O hitting her second shot into the 3rd hole here. She's in a great position with her tee shot. Only going to have a short iron in here. Yeah. She's given herself 3 birdie opportunities in the first 3 holes. Great start for Sue there.
Yeah, converted the first, not the second, so she'd love to roll that one in.
She's got her dad on the bag today, SG. Quite a good golfer himself. Also a member at Peninsula Kingswood.
Where you learn how to play golf properly.
Apparently, BJ. What a day Molly Mclean looks like she's having out there. I'm sure she's drilling Sue with some questions, taking in all that she can, as she should. That's, I guess, you know, the huge benefit to this format that we've created.
Elvis Smiley on the second. Long range putt, which is not going to be too far off, just a little short.
You're not quite sure whether that was for birdie or eagle, but with Elvis's length and being a left-hander, he could use the wind off the tee there, and I think that might have been for eagle. But I'm happy to be, well, not unhappy to be proven wrong. We'll see. I'm sure Clayton's pumped him up on the tee there to have a crack at it, so I'm sure it was for eagle. Looking at the 3rd green here, and they've really tucked the pin behind that front bunker on the right-hand side. It's a big dog leg to the right from the tee. You've actually got to carry a lot of the trees that you can see behind the gallery there to open up this green. The longer hitters actually it favours because they can get right the way down and then have a nice shot up the front of the green there. Andy Millar's going to have a big swinging left to right putt. Got an interesting putting action, Matt Millar. I'm not sure if you've seen it before there, Stacey or Hutto, but kind of hovers the putter and takes it away very slowly and then comes through almost across the line of touch. It's quite an unusual action, but he's one of the best putters out on tour and has been for a number of years now, and that's probably a great lesson for everyone out there. Do what works for you rather than what is maybe perhaps technically correct.
So is there any science behind it, or that's just how he started to putt?
I haven't spoken to him about it, to be honest. I've just noticed it from a distance, and it's fascinating to watch, and his golf swing's a little unusual as well, but as we see from all the best golfers in the world, no one swings it the same. So it's a matter of finding what works for you and trusting the process.
There's a lot of people watching who have tried a few different things from a putting point of view, I'm sure.
Yourself included, I hear.
Oh!
Beautiful speed there on that putt.
And it's obviously what he thinks he can repeat as well, and repeat under pressure, isn't it? It's like, that's his own style.
And that's the name of the game. What holds up under pressure?
Correct.
Elvis Smiley here. What we think is for birdie. Second hole, little left to right putt. Beautiful. Lovely roll.
Let's hope that was for birdie. Back on the 3rd green. Molly Mclean lining up her birdie putt. Gets coached by her dad, Craig Mclean, who's teaching pro down at Sorrento Golf Club.
Of course that is.
Just to take it to 2 under for the day. Fortunately, just missed to the left side there, but taps in for a nice par.
So Marcus Fraser, one of the challengers, already picked up 1 shot. This to go back to outright 3rd position and to get within 3 of the lead. So he finds himself at 11 under.
Yeah, Marcus has got that nice, relaxed, confident strut going there. The winner last week. He'll be feeling pretty good heading out there today. Suo downhill putt, 3rd hole for birdie. Just slips by, and you can see the speed of the green there. Really took that another 4 or 5 feet past. She's got a little bit of work coming back.
Let's head out onto the second fairway now, PJ.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Aron Sharma's ball, the junior in this group here on Sunday. But just to provide a bit of context to where the other two guys have both driven at Barbieri and Kennedy are both down there, only 15, 20 metres short of the green. So both hit great drives. Barbieri actually flew it another 30 metres past Kennedy, but because of the slope up here and the downhill towards the green, Kennedy's only 10 behind him. So really vulnerable hole, and you expect these guys to be putting this close. But it's a pretty good start for both of them. I think we just saw Marcus Fraser birdieing this hole here, but it's a snack for most of these guys if they hit the fairway.
Suo with a little extra work than she thought she'd have for par on the 3rd. A 4-footer, slightly left to right, back up the hill. No trouble.
Sigh of relief there. Par each day on the 3rd for Sue. So she started well, but obviously the scoreboard becomes an issue at some stage if you're going to challenge. She'd love to have converted one of those 2nd or 3rd hole birdie opportunities.
Yeah, when you start 5 back of the lead or 6 back of the lead, you need those early putts to drop. Sharma's a little out of position here, but he's got some room to play under the overhanging tree in front of him. Ideally, you'd want to put it about 10 feet right of the flag here, but being a junior, he may just go straight at it. Who knows?
No fear, hey, Nick?
Exactly.
Does have to play a little punch there to keep that low. I'd say that's a pretty smart shot.
Spot on. Got a nice 30-footer up the hill. Gives himself a chance.
You didn't give him enough credit, did he?
He's learning quickly from his playing partners. Maddie Miller just tapping in here. Nice par on the 3rd hole. 1 under today through 3. So a solid start for him. He'll be looking for more birdies coming up shortly. A couple of big drives, as BJ mentioned, down the bottom of that hill. If you can get that tee shot skipping down there, it runs all the way down, and now it's just a matter of touch and feel on these shots, trying to get it within about a 5 or a 6 feet circle to have another good look at birdie.
You see Nathan walking up to the green there, just have a real good look at what he's got ahead of him. This is one where, you know, 9 times out of 10 they want to be getting up and down, wouldn't they? Or probably 10 out of 10, really, but realistically.
You'd want to be. Yeah, realistically, it's probably a little less than that, but you'd want to be, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're really looking to get this in close.
There's different ways to play it. I mean, it looks as though Brad's going to take more of an aerial route and throw it all the way up there and spin it next to the hole. Another one might be to land it on the front and chase it up. That brings into the slope a little bit more, which looks to be a little bit left to right. He's gone for that high spinner, 1 hop. Oh, beautiful shot. Hang on.
Oh, yes!
Oh, 2 hole outs in 2 days. Wow.
That's going to make it a little more difficult for the chasing pack. An eagle on 2 for Brad Kennedy. He jumps up to 16 under. Catch me if you can.
I mean, we were talking about getting it up and down. Sorry, Brad.
Apparently it is that easy.
It's the second two of the day on this hole. We saw on the highlights earlier, Andrew Dote. As we take a look at Nathan here, he'll be looking to do something similar. Looks like he's going to play something a little lower. catch and release up the hill there. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. Doesn't look as good after Kennedy's there, but...
If he played that first, we would have been saying what a great shot.
As we go and have a look at Miller. I mean, his tee shot on the 4th hole. Par 3. Oh, cracking shot in there. Giving himself a great birdie opportunity, probably 10 feet. As we go back to the 2nd hole here. With Sharma. What would you say he's got here, Nick? Maybe 30 footer?
Yeah, I'd say 30, 35 feet. There's a little tier about 6 or 7 feet short of the hole there that he's got to come up. So he was a little pumped on that first putt on the first green, which led to the 3 putt, unfortunately. So distance control when you are nervous is probably the hardest part about putting early on and around. If you can get your pace right and leave yourself just tap-ins, because most 3 putts come around because you're either 4 or 5 feet too long or 4 or 5 feet too short. They never come from poor pace. So we'll see how he does here, a little up the hill there. Oh, much better putt. Beautiful. The nerves have obviously settled and he's going to work his way into this round. That was a beautiful putt.
Hopefully that'll just settle him down a little bit.
Suo next to go off the tee at 4. And she'll have that for birdie. Birdied that hole on day 2.
Nathan Barbieri to clean up for his birdie here. 4 feet, 5 feet back up the hill for a birdie start, and trying to make ground on Kennedy, but that's not quite happening at the moment, is it?
Needs to make this to keep the within 2. Very solid start.
Can't have asked for a better start, really, but still finds himself with the same gap.
Definitely not showing any nerves out here.
Let's check the leaderboard then. There's been no shortage of challenges. Scott Strange, he's put his hand up. He's picked up 4 shots through 10. He's in 5th position at the moment. They're all after Brad Kennedy, an eagle at 2. He is 16 under. Nathan Barberry, with consecutive birdies to start the day, is at 14. And Marcus Fraser in 3rd. And it's chock full of challenges, but they've got a big job to do. They'll need something special on the back 9. Some good rounds. Corey Crawford, -5 for the day. Jeff Ogilvy is still at 7 under, so hasn't made any serious ground at this stage. And the juniors who we're keeping an eye on as well.
Yeah, it's quite tight on the junior leaderboard here. We've got Jack's actually got it to 1 under through 2, and so he's taken the outright lead from Sharma, who's playing in that last group. Molly Mclean there, we've seen a little of. But I think it's going to create for an exciting back 9 in the juniors.
We'll take a short break and we're back with more live golf. The Players Series in Victoria.
don't know. I think they'll be pretty excited. Probably a little nervous to hit some shots in front of Sue and I. So we'll see. It'll be good for them, and I'm sure they'll have a really good time. And we'll have a good time too.
Oh, they pulled it.
Really, it's just going straight at the pin at this 140. So any guidance for them?
Sometimes you forget to breathe, which sounds silly, but you breathe really shallow.
Point.
So if you can take a big deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Good swing.
A little indecision here, but I think 8 will be good. We'll see how we do. As long as I get inside Sue, I'll be happy. Oh, goodness. That's a long way from the hole.
That's a long putt.
What do you guys try to do to like keep the nerves from overcoming like your emotions and stuff?
Just know that if you're nervous, I'm sure there's someone else in that group that's probably feeling the exact same way.
Great shot.
Oh, great shot.
That's a
Dance
winner.
together for our Bell. That's unbelievable.
It was honestly amazing. I didn't expect this at all. Them just taking their time out of their day, it was just unbelievable.
I was pretty surprised as well to like have a talk to them and personally address us. That's pretty cool because I just like watch them on TV. Yeah, it was pretty cool to actually do it and beat them.
And that's what it's all about, sharing the experiences of playing the game at the highest level with the juniors. Suo, another opportunity for birdie. It's just a few moments ago. And again, just doesn't quite get the line right.
Been quite aggressive on her last 2 putts. I don't mind that.
Now Miller, he too looking for a birdie at 4 and to move to 10 under.
Now slides by on the right side as we watch the unique putting action that Nick spoke of.
Yeah, a little pause on the backswing there, wasn't there? Just
it
that's
is.
his natural style there.
Yeah. I might try that. And now Suo with her par putt. Shouldn't be too much in this. Tidies up there. Again, she's obviously hitting it nicely. She's had 4 realistic birdie opportunities in the first 4 holes, so she'll just have to stay patient and hope that some of these drop.
See Mike Clayton there with Elvis, the white shirt. Good to see Clayton's carrying the bag too. He hasn't got the buggy out, so.
Oh, he wouldn't be seen with a buggy, would he?
I don't think I've ever seen Clayton push a buggy. He's always got either a half set or a 3/4 set in the bag, carrying it over his shoulder.
The old hickories or something.
Not quite like that, but close. Marcus Fraser teeing off first here.
So top 4 players have all picked up 2 shots through various number of holes so far. Mentioned before, Scott Strange is the man who's made the most significant inroads. 4 under through 10, but he's still at 9 under, and that's 7 shots adrift with Brad Kennedy.
The 4th hole here, the par 3. Marcus Fraser, beautiful shot in there. So playing 130 metres for the men today, 113 metres for the ladies. Slightly downhill. There's a hazard short of the green there, but that's really not in play. Back into that southerly breeze. I'd say they're probably knocking down maybe a 9 or an 8 iron for these guys.
He's young Elvis Smiley. I know we keep going on about how great this is for the juniors out here this week. What about Elvis? what great experience this is for him, you know, contending in a professional tournament as an 18-year-old.
It feels like I've heard so much of Elvis over the last couple of years that he's become a bit of a staple on leaderboards, hasn't he? He's winning all the amateur tournaments around the country and playing some great golf. Might have to blame Clates for the club selection on that one, though, I think. A little bit short, but better short than long there. Long's no good on that hole because they've tucked that pin in the back left-hand corner.
Do you take a closer watch of lefties out there, Nick?
I have a bit of a partial spot to them, yeah. But I played with Elvis a couple of years ago on the Australian PGA, and he's just an outstanding young man.
Here's junior Jack Holland. He's come up a little short as well, but there's no trouble there.
Let's head out to BJ with Nathan Barbieri.
Barbieri took off more than a corner, so he's got 40 metres. He's got a trickier shot probably because he's got one of those little half shots. Just gone a little bit long, but we saw Brad Kennedy earlier. I think he stumped another one to about 6 foot, so looking to extend his lead, but kind of a missed opportunity there for Barbieri, leaving it probably 15 feet above the hole.
It's the one thing on that hole, if you do get too close to that pin position, it's hard to get that half shot close. You're almost better being further back, have a fuller shot in so you can spin the ball back a bit more.
It is probably pretty tempting, though, if you think you can get to the front edge of the green, wouldn't you say, Nick? If you could, or that bunker, but with that pin tucked there today, probably proves a little more difficult. But depending on the strengths of your game.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's a 360-metre hole, I think, so I'm not sure if I'm getting to the front edge of the green, maybe in 2. But
you'd be playing out to your favourite wedge yardage and what you can. You think
exactly
you could
right.
get up and down. Yeah.
It's always good to look at the pin position before you tee off, just to see where it is and say, okay, where's the best spot to leave this, and then work it out from there.
Is it something that the average club golfer doesn't do enough of?
Very much so, yeah. I mean,
look at you both shaking, nodding.
Nodding away, yeah. It's like, oh, there's a fairway. I'll just try and hit that, you know, as opposed to which part of the fairway you want to hit. Lovely putt up the hill there by Sharma. He's got his distance and control down beautifully now.
He's getting plenty of practice on the long putts, isn't he?
Brad Kennedy's doing it all there. Caddying, playing, leading the tournament. Love it.
He's making sure he's stepping out of the line of either of his playing partners too. They're very pronounced. Doesn't want to get in trouble early.
Both our leaders, Nathan and Brad, 2 under through 2, looking to get an extra one. What a start this would be, hey?
Yeah, he's got a slippery one down the hill, left to right. Probably a good 3 feet of break, I think, off the left. There's a bit of slope to this green. Brad's in the perfect spot. He's straight up the hill.
Just 23 years of age. Started playing golf at the age of 13. Oh, now that is handy, beautifully read and executed.
It's like shelling peas, just
Yeah.
walking it in there, beautiful.
He's really started like a veteran, wouldn't you say? For someone who turned pro a month ago, he's yeah, playing like the more experienced out here, I would say.
Well, as we saw from the first round, he's not afraid to go low, so he can light up the golf course for sure.
Only playing in his second professional event, so very good to see.
I mentioned yesterday, Braith Anasta, former rugby league star, is his manager, part of the Fox League NRL coverage, and I believe he's flown down to watch the final round.
Tournament leader, Kennedy, for birdie. Looking to extend this lead.
Oh.
And he does just like that, hey? 3 under 3-3 as well. To keep it at 2-shot lead. How would you feel if you've birdied the first 3 holes of the day and you haven't made any ground on the leader?
Well, if you're not too far back, you're not that unhappy about it. It means you're playing good golf and you think, well, I don't think you can keep it up all day. I'll just keep playing my game, keep holding putts.
Keep doing what I'm doing.
Exactly.
As they head to the 4th tee. And like you said earlier, Nick, playing quite short par 3 here, so they'll be looking to create another birdie opportunity there. As we go and check out Fraser for birdie on the 4th. And he does just that.
He's not doing much wrong either. That's 3 and 4 for Marcus Fraser.
It's great to see a lot of birdies today out on the course. Young Elvis has got this for par. Should be pretty routine for Elvis here. No damage done there for Elvis.
Shout out to his mum Liz, who's watching the coverage. Stace, I know she sent you a couple of messages through.
Yes, yeah, she's keeping an eye on things as she's working at the tennis. Unfortunately, she can't get down there today. So, yeah, I'm sure she's very happy to be at work today, but I probably know where she'd rather be.
Yeah.
As we see Clayton's on the bag there.
Hole 4. 4th at the Rosebud Country Club, courtesy of OFX Skycam. It's the par 3 that's got a little easier each day as far as the numbers suggest.
Yeah, it's playing 133 metres for the men and 114 for the women. It is playing into the southerly today, but with the shortest sort of yardage, this is something that they'll only be hitting a short iron in. So they'll be wanting to create a realistic birdie opportunity on this so early in the round. I think with that pin position up the back left there, they know that they can attack. As we go and check out what our tournament leader is doing on the 4th hole here. What sort of club do you think you'd have in, Nick, at playing 133 into slight breeze?
Into a slight breeze, slightly downhill. As you can see, looking up at the trees right now, trying to figure out the strength. So a little knockdown 8-iron for Brad, I would imagine. Possibly a 9, but again, if you get the ball, you can see the trees there. The wind is quite strong there, so the higher shots like this, the higher you get the ball up in the air, the more spin it's got, the less control you have over it. So just flight something down a little lower, take the spin off it, and you'd be looking about 10 feet short of this flag, I would imagine. Then again, he seems to be holding everything. He may just take it all the way there.
Seems like the wind's gusting a little out there. It's causing some second guessing.
Neither Nathan or Brad have had a birdie on this hole so far through the first 3 rounds. BJ's down on the tee. He's going to have a chat with Nathan hopefully shortly. Brendan?
Yeah, you're right. The wind is just gusting here, so he does have 8-iron, as Nick suggested. It's actually on a really good line if it's the right club. Again, just coming out short. It's a bit gusty, so that's where he's second-guessing himself. First time he stood over the ball, it was dead calm, and then it just gusted on him twice then. So we are a little bit exposed. I guess we're probably the closest to the ocean in this back corner of the golf course.
The way he's going, Brad Kennedy will just put it in anyway.
Does look like to be a 9-iron for Nathan. It's got a bit more loft to it. Under the hole's good, so. Getty has tried to control that again on a really good line. Nice conservative shot, considering it is a little bit tricky. And young Sharma here, I know for sure he's got a 9-iron, so You see both of those more experienced guys, particularly Brad, when I mean experience, try to hit that little knockdown shot. So it'd be good to see this young fella what shot he tries to hit. Just caught a little bit thin going left, so as we make our way to Nath.
Looks like it has found the trap there, BJ.
As how's it just walking up to Nath, mate, 300 start, and you haven't made a shot up on the lead. How's the mind frame at the minute?
Oh, definitely a bit rattled. It is what it is. It's a bit easy conditions today with the wind a bit down, but hopefully keep on top of it and make a few more. So yeah, see how we go.
How do you feel about being in second position? Is it more that you've kind of got nothing to lose? Would you rather, be leading, obviously, but it's a pretty good spot to be in?
Yeah, like I said, last group's always a good thing on a Sunday. So no matter where you are, you're always going to be around the contention. So yeah, like I said, just hopefully make a few more than him and put a bit of pressure on him.
Keep playing well, mate.
Thank you.
Go ahead to the 8th now. Catch up with our tournament host, Jeff Ogilvy, who was the leader after 2 rounds. And he needed a little bit more of a little bit more of that kind of stuff yesterday would have been handy for Jeff.
I'm not sure if that was a look of I can't believe it didn't go in, or it's a slightly blind shot because there's a bit of a hill in front of him. Very impressive.
As we go back to the 4th hole with our leading group. And Sharma has found the bunker here.
Hoping it hasn't plugged for him because a 9-iron in hand. There's a good chance it did, but he's looking at it as though, yeah, I think I can get this pretty close. It is straight downhill from where he is, so this will test out his bunker skills.
BJ might be able to inform us of what sort of lie he's got down there.
I'm here, yeah, he's got a perfect lie actually. He's just slightly on the upslope, which is going to help him. So I think he's just going to fly this on the flat part of this green because there is that tongue of the bunker. Terrific shot, near perfect. As you expect, these young fellas these days got some great short games, great touch. So both Nathan and Brad will have 20-odd feet, I think, for birdie, so putt up the hill, but worst place they could miss it was long, so they're both conservative. I was going to ask a question, Nick and Stacey, you guys have seen it a lot, but particularly with these younger guys and amateurs, about just hitting full shots as opposed to half shots. I know Marcus talks about it a lot, and a lot of the clinics he gives, he talks to the kids about hitting half shots as opposed to standing up there, and although it might be, a perfect yardage for Sharma's 9-iron, just to take that extra club and flight it down and have more control on it. This is something you see a lot with amateurs and something they don't really think about.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we saw it on the coverage yesterday when Marcus Fraser actually played the practice rounds with some of the juniors, and he got them playing those sort of different shots, and just to have the shots in the bag, I guess, to be able to flight it down, like you said, BJ, and control that ball flight more. Like hitting into this, Sharma might have been better off taking that 8-iron, playing it down a little, not having to go after it. That I know he didn't exactly balloon it, but I guess the bad one, like you could balloon it, get more spin, the wind catch it more. So I'd like to see, playing that with an 8-iron, play sort of a half knockdown shot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys are obviously a different standard to I, but I was the same when I was a younger kid. It was all about give me a full club and I'll hit it as hard as I can. If it's into the wind, I'll just take an extra club or two. But it wasn't until I started playing with good players that, one, asking questions, and two, just watching the game. And it's probably been more evident with Fraser in particular, and even, I've played a lot with Nick yourself, but you do play a lot of half shots to control the ball. Margin for error is a lot smaller, and you just got to learn and get on the practice fairway and practice those shots. Fraser says hit a 6-iron 140 metres, hit a 7-iron 140, hit a 5-iron 140, just to learn those different types of shots.
Yeah, that's spot on there, BJ. I mean, my favourite drill I like to teach some of the younger players now is pick one target, maybe it's 140 metres out, as you say, and hit 5 different clubs to it. Start with the 8-iron or a 9-iron, if that's what you'd hit that distance, and then go 7, 6, 5, 4, and trying to hit a 4-iron 140 metres. That's a fun drill to do because you learn some shots, little bump and runs and little low cuts, and they actually come in handy when you're in the trees, when you've got to pitch out a lot, which might be something for you to consider, BJ.
So Kennedy
That's right, you
pulled up short. Barberry, had the advantage of putting second there. Wasn't far off.
Yeah, just ran out of speed. That was probably in the heart, about 4 feet out, and just as it died, it just triggered left on him. So good opportunities. He said he's a little bit rattled when he's 3 under after 3, and he's hasn't gained a shot on the lead, but
his first 2 putt of the day. Very disappointing, wasn't it?
We saw yesterday from Jeff Ogilvy that no putt is an absolute certainty. Playing with a couple of the locals there on Wednesday, a couple of interesting putting misses. You've been rose-butted, is what they were saying.
Kennedy's definitely got something to think about on his second putt here. Is that the commentator there? But he did have a little more to think about there, but unfortunately it has slid by on the right side and he taps in for a bogey 4, unfortunately.
Oh, it just goes to prove exactly what we were saying, isn't it? That Nathan, or those that are chasing, just need to stick to their game, and you never know what can happen.
You never know. And on these greens, they are quite tricky to read. There's a lot of putts with double breaks. There's some subtle tears in them, and in that 3-4 foot range, definitely no gimmies. And on a Sunday, anything is possible. To watch Sharma cleaning up for his par after a beautiful bunker shot. A positive stroke, never in doubt.
Great 3 there.
So the lead is back to 1 though for Brad Kennedy. His first fault of the weekend too for Brad Kennedy.
Here we are with one of the young juniors, Imogen Jones from Royal Melbourne Golf Club. Great birdie there. What a week she's having.
All right, so let's update the leaderboard. And there is significant movement with Brad Kennedy's first fault of the day, a bogey at 4. He is now 16 under, 1 clear only of Nathan Barberry. New South Welshman is 15 under, and Marcus Fraser not too far away either.
And as we have a look at the junior leaderboard as well, Jack Holland still holding position at the top there. Local Molly Mclean. Imogen Jones has got herself back after that birdie there that we saw. It's going to be an exciting finish to both the Junior Players Series and the Open.
All right, so there's plenty of great golf ahead. The challenge is certainly on. And one of our great partners is Adidas. And just this week, the PGA of Australia and WPGA Tour announced a joint partnership which sees Adidas become the official brand of both organisations. It's the first time the WPGA and PGA have joined together on a partnership such as this, and it shows the unity in Australian golf, which is great to see. Through this partnership, Adidas will connect with more golfers than ever before in a fun and progressive way. And earlier this week, we had comedian Elliot Loney and some Adidas golfers out at the Rosebud Country Club. Let's take a look.
Hello, I'm Bear Grylls. I've been to some of the most desolate terrains golf has ever seen. From 10-foot bunkers to chipping out from residential neighbourhoods, I've seen it all. In today's episode, I'm here to show you how the right tools and attire in this desolate landscape can help you go from a casual golfer who loses 23 balls around to an elite golfer who only loses 6 balls around. Follow me. Much like crabs in amphipods, golfers can be sand-dwelling creatures, spending most of their days in these massive sand ravines. It's said that one club is broken every 15 minutes because a golfer can't hit out of a bunker. Shot. Much like having flint and a machete when trekking through the wilderness, this golfer has Adidas golf footwear on. It's all about having the right tools for the right job, which is just as well I've got the right tools for this job, because professional athlete Steph Bunke can't even clean up after herself. Call yourself an athlete. You're no better than a crab. Join me next time as I teach you how to read a green.
G'day, we're here at the Players Series Victoria here at beautiful Rosebud. It's Pro on Wednesday, and I thought I'd just get around the players and see what everybody's been up to and hopefully get a few humorous answers. Pike, have you got a useless party trick?
Maybe I'll cook for someone. A bit of karaoke, a bit of K-San. I'm not doing it for you, don't even think about asking me.
I'm not a great dancer, and once a bit of my body starts moving one way, the rest of it goes, so.
G'day fellas, so to interrupt your lunch here, a real athlete's diet by the looks of things. A new hobby, I know you're a bit of a League of Legends fan.
I haven't played since I got back.
Oh really?
Yeah, just been hanging out with the missus, trying to put in some hard yards there, keep her happy.
The party animal, Kono, so I was just wondering if you've got any party tricks that you pull out.
I think my trick is always to go out just before your 6 a.m. shift.
On Sunday, what are you doing?
Well, I reckon we'd grab a couple of Ubers, mate, and we'd head down to the Portsea pub. What do you reckon?
Sounds good. I reckon we just get a bit of time travel and push it to Sunday. I reckon that sounds fantastic. Go-to karaoke song?
Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. It's always
really?
a good one to start with. Now I'm also moving to a bit of light rap sort of stuff. Oh no, just the old Vanilla Ice, mate.
I already know what his party trick's going to be. I'm wondering if you can bring it out today.
Yeah, I definitely can. So I am the world's best arm father.
What do you say to follow that? Who's going to produce the best tricks out on course today? It's the final round of the Players Series, Victoria. Just a one-shot lead enjoyed at the moment by Brad Kennedy. That will give hope to those that are pursuing.
Here we are with Molly Mclean. 1 under for the day. Should be happy with this start. And tidy's up there. Hopefully she's able to offer Sue O some advice on her home course out here. I'm sure she's picking Sue's brain about all things professional golf, on and off the course. As we cross to the 5th hole with Sharma, playing in the final group. actually see where that ended up. Might have been a little bit left. Doesn't seem too pleased with it. Repeating his practice swing there, but...
Brendan's with us out on the fairway.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, young Sharma's just missed it left. The best place to miss it is just short and hard. If you miss it long left, it's not great. This little enticing pin, or what it looks like from back in the fairway here, but Kennedy's got 134, so it's wind slightly off the right. They do have these tall pines on their right-hand side, so I think once the ball gets past these, the wind's going to affect it a little bit more than you think, but again, the pin looks really juicy, but anything right of the flag here is really good.
Fifth was the second hardest hole yesterday and on day 2.
Again, as you expect, right of the flag. Just carries that trap. It's good in the end, but only carried that right trap by a couple of feet, so he's his pin high, probably 30 feet. So Nathan's in perfect position here. He's got 110 flag, slightly better angle. Just as the wind starts to gust, I can hear it in the trees. He's on a more aggressive line. That's just fallen just left of the flag. I think it looks good. It's not too bad. It's spun off the front, but
yeah, it's come back to him.
Yeah, it's a good miss though, just straight up the hill.
A few people out there today by the looks of things, BJ?
Yeah, there is a good crowd here. There was the local hero, James Marciani, was coming down 8 before, which I didn't know who it was, but there was quite a large crowd following him. So getting good exposure for these younger kids as well. I think young Sharma's, I think we've played in front of a crowd before. This big anyway, watching every shot and every movement he makes. So little things like that they get to experience that you otherwise wouldn't.
Yeah, and as we just saw there, Kirsten Radgley got another birdie on the 8th hole of the day after her 7 under yesterday. Fantastic golf from Kirsten. She's really in some great form. It's great to see, and she's looking so comfortable out here. Fortunately, hasn't got off to the best of starts today, but that birdie there on 8 will help things.
Brad Kennedy leads by 1. Marcus Fraser been very solid at the start. Terry Picadarus as well has picked up 4 shots for the day to thrust his name forward. Back to the group with Holland, Smiley and Fraser. It looks like it'll be Smiley first to go. Par 4, 6th hole. Just picked up the 1 shot for the day.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Elvis. This is quite a nice little par 4, dogleg to the right. Pins towards the front today, only 9 paces on, and a bit of a false front, where if you have a bit too much spin on the ball, it'll go all the way back off the front, and you're left with a very awkward chip shot up the hill. Took the spin off that one. That was beautiful.
Young Elvis gets coached by Ian Triggs, Brookwater Golf Club. And because of restrictions of late, hasn't been able to get up and see him too much. You know, because of Brisbane's big 3-day lockdown and all.
Yeah, that's not ideal, obviously, but I'm sure Triggsy's talking to me on a regular basis. Famously coached John Sendon in the US and was at Curry Webb for a little while, I believe.
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a great bloke.
3 days, that's nothing.
I was trying to get a nibble off the Melburnians here.
You got one.
Nathan Barbieri spun his ball back off the green, but quite a good spot there straight up the hill.
For the equal lead.
Just bobbled on him coming up onto the green, which tends to happen when you putt from off there. That shouldn't be too much trouble there. 3 feet back up the hill for par. It's an interesting stretch of the golf course here. 5, 6 and 7 kind of go back around each other.
What type of player would you say this course suits?
Well, I think like it's not an overly long golf course. But I think the absolute, like you must get it in play. You must get it in play off the tee. So accuracy is absolute key. And then I think in the end, with these slopes on the green, some of the tough pin positions that we've had out there, I think probably the best putter in the end is going to get it done. I'm not sure on your thoughts, Nick.
Yeah, I think someone with some good strategy. You can't just overpower this golf course.
No.
The bombers, there are a lot of bombers in this field, and they're not on the leaderboard, to be honest.
They're bombing.
They're bombing in a way. So it does take some strategy. I've noticed a lot of the holes are left to right, so hitting a little left to right cut off the tee for the righties is certainly needs to be in the bag. But at the end of the day, yeah, with these greens, with the pin positions, you do need to leave yourself below the hole and give yourself good looks. But if you're in the short grass, you can attack, and if not, you're kind of just managing your way around.
Kennedy looking to extend his lead. Long range birdie putt.
And I think even more than just getting it on the short stuff, Nick, like you really, there's an advantage to being on the left side of the fairway, right side of the fairway, depending on the pin location. And I think that's a big key for, you know, a lot of the juniors out there to learn from their more experienced playing partners on actually looking at the pin sheet when they're on the tee shot. You know, where do we need to be?
He was taking a long time over that little short putt, wasn't he? Now Jack Holland at 6. Just a little frustrated. You can see that.
Jack has extended his lead in the junior side of things. He's actually 2 under through 5 today with a 2-shot lead.
That's no gimme putt coming back the other way, though. Barberry gets his par. And remains just 1 shot off the pace. Sixth green.
It's Jack Holland for par. It's be a nice downhill left to right. You can see him aiming well to the left. Is it going to get there? Not quite. Yeah, it's always a tough up and down from short of that green. Quite a big slope to come up.
What's your main tip for a downhill putt of that type of magnitude?
Pace more than anything, and then almost overread the putt, because with a better roll or better speed, the hole becomes bigger. If you're going a little firmer at it, the hole becomes shorter, and then you might find it slipping 4 or 5 feet by, which is never a good idea. But always look from the side just to get a gauge of how much the slope is, and you can see how much of a break there is as well.
As we have a look at Elvis for birdie. Yeah, as he walks that in and gets it to 10 under par.
Beautiful roll. There are various ways to putt, though. Some people like to pick a spot out 3 or 4 feet in front of them. 3 or 4 feet in front of them. I couldn't get that out. 4 feet, 3.
Tongue twister.
Tongue twister. But it's a matter of finding what works for you. and what you feel comfortable with. I've played with some of the best putters in the world, Ben Crenshaw, Brad Faxon, Tiger Woods, and they do it differently. So there's never one right or wrong way.
As we go and check out Aaron Pike with his second shot into the 8th hole. Yeah, straight over the pin, spinning back to around 3 feet. Great shot by Aaron Pike there. Set up a great birdie chance.
Did you give Tiger a tip or two, Nick, while you were playing with him?
Well, I was playing him in match play,
That's
so
right, yeah.
Gave him a lesson in match
give him
play,
a
Nick.
lesson.
As we check out Suo on the 7th for birdie. Long range birdie putt on its way.
No, I found Tiger's weakness though, so he doesn't like short-hitting left-handed Australians.
Taps in for a par.
Other than that, he's been pretty good though over the years.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I thought Suo might have been, if she made a couple of birdies early today, she could have really challenged. Hasn't quite happened for her. As we saw, she's had a number of chances.
Yeah, she's obviously given herself opportunities, so keep doing that, hanging in there and see what can happen on the back 9. As we check out Molly Mclean for par. Yeah, solid par putt.
14 years old. Is that correct? That's amazing. It's outstanding.
Going okay. Here's the leaders. Brad Kennedy is still in front. His lead has been cut from 2 to 1 after his first bogey of the day a couple of holes ago. Nathan Barbieri is at 15 under, and then Marcus Fraser, really strong start from the veteran Victorian. He's 12 under. Andrew Dote started strongly and is still presenting a challenge. He's turned 4 under and is 11 under. New Zealander Michael Hendry, who never seems to be too far away from things. He's only got the 3 holes remaining. He's 6 under for the day and is at 10 under with Terry Picadarus, who's now 5 under for the day. So plenty happening.
And then obviously great comeback from yesterday with David Micheluzzi, 5 under through 15 to get himself back into the top 10. So we're looking at Suo, quite a lot out on course today, but hasn't really got it going. As we check out what's happening on the junior side of things.
You saw Jack Holland miss his last putt for par, so his lead is back to 2.
And then big mover of the day, Samuel Bakes, 3 under through 8 to get himself into 3rd position at the moment. Michael Song there at 2 under as well. So some good scores on the junior side of things. Imogen Jones got a birdie to get it back to 2 over. And then Levi Sculter at 2 over through 8 as well to round out the top 7. Piper Stubbs, a young Royal Melbourne member, at 1 over par for the day and 4 under total in the top 10.
All right, we'll take a short break as we see the last page of the Junior Player Series Victoria leaderboard. And the action will continue in just a few moments from the Rosebud Country Club on the final day. Brad Kennedy is our leader by 1.
Today's exercise is about creating the ultimate Australian golfer, and I'm joined by Steph Bunke and, as I mentioned, Jeff Ogilvy. First challenge, first category, Jeff, is driving. Who are you going to choose?
Well, I think ultimately the best driver ever is Greg Norman for us by a long way. The way he did it with his persimmon was nuts, and everyone talks about it.
Steph, over to you.
It's too early to say me.
Is it? Is it though? Is it?
No, I just...
Okay, you can't back down from that. It's Steph. Steph's chosen herself for driving.
It's me, yeah, no, I just
Ultimate
back
Australian
myself
golfer,
in. Yeah, that's me.
Category 2 is iron play. Jeff.
I'll put Adam in there because I got to give him in there somewhere. He's Australia's best ball striker probably the last 20 years, so honourable mention to a lot of other guys, but Scotty.
I'd have to say Minjee Lee for that one. She's an absolute laser with the irons, so yeah, hardly misses a thing.
Good choice, good choice. Third one, short game.
Short game, Brett Rumford has probably got the best short game in the world, I would have thought. No one's practiced more than Brett Rumford anywhere, I don't think, for the last 30 years. But I have to give it to Jason Day probably ultimately because he's done it in majors and he had some miraculous up and downs at the highest level repeatedly.
So J-Day. Steph?
I reckon I'd probably have to say Hannah Green for that one. Yeah, she's pretty tidy around the greens. I have seen her hit some pretty good ones and major winner as well, yeah, under the pump. So.
Fourthly, probably the most important out of them all, putting.
There's only one for me in this one, it's Ian Baker-Finch. He putted well his whole life. He had like 30 putts on the weekend or something and when he won the British Open at Birkdale, so he's the only one for me.
Steph?
I would have to go with maybe Suo for this one. Yeah, I mean, you have to be pretty half decent at putting to be on the LPGA and to be in contention a lot of the time, so probably Suo for that one.
Good choice. And lastly, temperament or mentality.
It's got to be Peter Thompson. He's got to be in there somewhere. He's won 5 majors. He probably wins every category if you compare eras to eras, but temperament, no one's ever played golf with the wisdom that he has, so Peter Thompson.
Steph?
Be rude not to throw Kari in there somewhere, I'd say. Fiery, full of passion, and won more majors than any other Australian. Yeah, so yeah, definitely Kari for that one.
And there you have it, guys. Australia's ultimate golfer, both male and female. Thanks for joining us, guys. Good luck this week.
Oh, some great names. All the different elements of our great game. Brad Kennedy, his second shot into 6. Part 5 after dropping a shot at 4. And he's just found the green at 6 with his second.
It's a great recovery from there when you get in that corner of that dogleg under the trees. Very tricky shot. Amazing to hit the green from that spot. We watch Sue O. Taking a practice swing, getting a pre-shot routine dialed in there.
Just made up the 1 shot so far today, Suo. Excellent second and third rounds after a slow start to this Players Series Victoria.
It's a really accessible pin position here on the 8th, right pretty much in the middle of the green, so should see plenty of birdies here on this hole today.
And Sue's given herself another look at birdie.
As we recap what we've seen so far between the two challengers, I guess, for this title as it stands, our overnight leaders, Barbieri and Kennedy, and it was almost faultless to start with, wasn't it?
As we watch Kennedy hitting a pitch shot into the second hole. Was never in doubt there, was it? Eagle 2.
Barbieri followed with a birdie of his own there. When you hold a shot like that early on, you think, yeah, it could be my day, I think. And this was a lovely putt, again on the third by Barbieri. 3 birdies in 3 holes, the perfect start.
And Kennedy followed it in. Both players 3 under through 3 holes to start off the final day.
First chink in the armour here from Kennedy, just 3-putting the par 3. Something seemed to bobble in his line there.
Let's catch up with Marcus Fraser. This is a par putt at 7, so can't afford to drop too many shots when you're challenging. And unfortunately, he's done just that at 7. we talked about the mentality of being the leader going into the final round. Brad Kennedy, of course, won the New Zealand Open last year. A really strong field there. He came from behind the likes of Lucas Herbert and Nick Flanagan to win. Shot 63 on the final day. 8 under to finish 21 under.
That's impressive, isn't it? I mean, sitting on an overnight lead is always a very interesting experience.
Did you like it?
Well, it meant I was playing well.
Yeah,
so
obviously it's got its advantages.
Absolutely, but you don't get too much sleep, I always found. You know, thinking a lot about, well, what's going to happen tomorrow. So the art of distraction is always good in those scenarios. But it's different for everyone. Everyone handles it their own way.
Those highlights of the day so far brought to you by Daimler Trucks, one of our great supporters, bringing you all this action on PGA TV. Brendan's down there with the lead group. BJ?
Yeah, it's not good for Barbieri, who's chipped out of the trees on the right, then hit the face of the bunker, short side himself, and it's actually hit the back of the bunker. So, and there wasn't much sand under his ball, unfortunately, so the club bounced and got a little bit thin. He's left himself with a tricky 30-footer down the hill, bit of left to right in it. So,
good luck.
Unfortunately for him, with such a great start, it's advantage Kennedy, who's left himself under the hole. There's probably a bit of left to right in as well. This green actually sits quite severely back to front. I'm not sure if you can pick that up on the television screen, and Brad's slightly under the whole front of the green, so he's got about 20, 25 feet for birdie, and young Sharma's hit the best shot out of the three, and he's pin high, only 8 to 10 feet. So unfortunately for Barbieri, he's on her.
I think we were actually where we were.
Looks like he's showing his frustrations out there a little. As we check out what Molly Mclean's up to, her second shot into the 8th hole. Great looking golf swing, Molly. Oh, and a great result there. Anytime you've got a 4-5 footer for birdie is a good thing. So she'll be looking to get it to a couple under for the day.
In fact, Brendan caught up with Molly before play today at the Titleist range. So let's catch up with her, get her thoughts heading into today.
Well, we're joined by Molly Mclean, one of the junior girls playing this week. Even par round yesterday. You started off 2 over on the front 9. You managed to peg it back yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, I played okay the front 9. Wasn't making too many putts, but on the back 9, teeing it up off well and made a few putts, but apart from that, played okay.
It was a pretty solid round at the start, especially considering the circumstance. Now, you're playing with Sue O today. How are you going to find that experience, and what are you looking forward to?
Well, I played with her on Tuesday in the 9 holes practice round, and she was just an amazing player, and I can't wait to learn a heap more from her, and it'll be great fun.
You got any questions up your sleeves to ask her?
Not really, to be honest, no.
No, bugger and get as much as you can out of her. So good luck today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good,
too many worries
good fun. I think she's been lucky enough to spend a bit of time with Sue this week, so she might not have too many more questions up her sleeve. As we go and check out what Nathan's up to on the 6th. Long-range par putt.
Oh.
And it has slid by. There's quite a lot of slope from left to right in that putt. She's probably still going to have 4 or 5 feet for bogey. As we go and check out Sue O on the 8th for birdie to get her to 10 under par. Not too much has dropped for Sue today, and unfortunately it has continued to slide by there.
Yeah, it's just not quite happening for her on the greens. Back to Brad Kennedy now. Seeing that his main rival is going to drop at least 1 shot. He'll be taking nothing for granted, but he should be able to get his par there. Mind you, we fixed him up last hole, so a couple of holes ago. Let's see if Molly can convert.
That one's probably going to hurt her a little, isn't it? Unfortunately. Still an easy 4. Aron Sharma. That's a nice birdie there. Suo to tidy up for the par and to remain at 9 under. Hanging in the top 10 at the moment, but she'll definitely be looking to do something on the back 9 as we check out Nathan for bogey.
Oh. So that is a real blow for Nathan Barbieri. He's dropped 2 shots. Just makes that task extremely difficult. But who knows? We've already seen putting is not particularly easy on some holes.
We know anything can happen on the back 9 on Sunday, but that is going to make things very difficult. As our tournament leader cleaned up for par.
That's a good fall from where he was in the trees. Played to the correct side of the green. Took a big score out of the equation. As we look at the 7th hole, one of the longest par 3s on the golf course at 190 metres today. Pin is tucked on the back right-hand corner, 18 on 5 from the right. A little bit of help with the breeze, with the southerly. So I'm guessing these players will be hitting something like a 5-iron into the green. Long is no good here, especially with that pin position. Middle of the green you'd take all day long, and happily 2-putt, make your par and walk to the next tee.
Only 5 players made birdie yesterday on the 7th. We saw Marcus Fraser slip up a few moments ago. He had a bogey. I actually don't think it's that hard a hole though, Stacey. I haven't played it in the Pro Am.
I was just going to reach out to BJ actually and ask what he thought of the 7th hole. But firstly,
come back to it in a moment.
We'll check out what Marcus Fraser's up to on the 8th hole with his 2nd shot. Playing from the light rough down the left-hand side of the fairway. Pin's on the right side today, so it won't be too bad an angle. Has pulled it a little bit, but pin high. And he's given himself a okay chance at birdie. As we cross back to the 7th hole with junior Sharma. He's looking to get something going for his round and contend in the junior side of things. He has pulled that. It's going to leave himself a long... What do you say, Nick? How far are we giving that one?
I'm going to say it's 46 feet.
Just roughly,
Just
hey?
roughly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I believe, Hutto, you hit a close shot there in the Pro-Am the other day, is that correct?
Well, it was reasonably close, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what club did you use?
Oh, I can't quite remember. It was probably a 7 or 8 on, probably.
And look at that name
Here we
underneath.
Go. But hang
Okay.
on, it wasn't obviously close enough, Hutto.
No, Brendan pretty much ruined the whole afternoon for me by just about holding out. Just about a hole in one.
Tournament leader doesn't like that off the club face. That has gone a long way right. And probably left himself a very difficult shot over the trap there with not too much room to work with.
was very uncharacteristic there of Kennedy. He's normally a very solid ball striker with his irons. Barbieri knows it's a good chance to strike here if he can put one in the middle of the green. First swing after a double bogey is never usually the easiest, so we'll see what we can do here. That's a nice solid shot. Pulled it a little, but that's the correct side to lead yourself.
Take it over and say the host of the next player series in Sydney. And
Yeah, we can hear Brendan just lining up an interview, and he's got well,
very good.
A national star of Australian sport who loves his golf and is going to have a big involvement in the next one of these player series events. BJ.
Yeah, with Braithen Astor, he's just jumped on a plane and quickly got down here this morning after one of his clients, Nathan Barbieri, is in contention. But Braithen, you're the host of the next player series in Sydney.
Yeah, the player series at Bonnie Doon. It's the 4th of March, so looking forward to that. It's I've been watching the coverage throughout the last few days here at Rosebud, and it's been unreal. It's just good to see the women involved, the Oz WPGA and the Oz PGA of Australia, and also the juniors. And I know back in Sydney and at Bonnie Doon, they really appreciate and look after their juniors. So for me to be involved in Serious Sports, the management company, just a real privilege and honour, and really pumped for the event. So hopefully Nate can bounce back here for us.
I'll give you a pump up. How is the management company going? Are you experienced in golf management?
I love it. I mean, I'm like you. Even though we played our respective sports, golf's always been a huge passion of mine, and I just think there's a real opportunity there to look after the next generation and get them to the PGA Tour, get them to that European Tour, because I think a lot of the players here, need that guidance and that mentorship, and that's what we provide.
Are you going to be teeing it up at your own event?
No way in the world. Mate, I'll leave that to you. I'm hopeless. I've got no idea anymore. It's gone. I've lost it.
Well, good luck and thanks for joining us today.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Back to you guys.
I think he might be being a bit modest about his golfing ability there, Braith, but you can see his passion for the sport, and we look forward to the next in the Players Series up in Sydney. Elvis Smiley now.
There's a big drive right in the middle of the fairway, just with a wedge in. Absolutely perfect. Spinning it back to 3 feet.
Gorgeous shot to give him a real big opportunity there to convert.
If Elvis was to convert that, that'd be 4 under through 8 holes today. Really making a move on this leaderboard.
Liz will be getting excited.
Oh, I'm sure she's concentrating on her work at the moment, Hutto.
See Brad Kennedy surveying all options there. Obviously, he's not in a great position. And from here, you're thinking, well, let's make 4 at the worst, and if we happen to make 3, great. Let's try and limit the damage if necessary, because he has not left that in a good spot at all.
So what sort of things come into his assessment of what shot to play here, Nick?
Number 1's the lie. If he's got a good lie, he can take it the high route, because the pin is tucked slightly next to the bunker there, as you can see. So if he wants to go at the pin, he's going to have to go a little higher, but you saw him sort of looking out to the right-hand side there, so that tells me the lie isn't great, and maybe he's going to use a bit of the back slope there and get it within 10 to 15 feet of the hole, I'd say.
BJ, can you get a look at his lie from where you are?
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, but there is a bit of stuff around his ball, twigs and stuff, but that would suggest it was a lot poorer than I thought it was, and he was looking out right because he said he short side himself. He had to go over the bunker, so he was looking just right of it, just to use that slope just right of the flag, back edge of the green. I'm not sure he can pick it up. The pin's actually tucked right, but it's like on a little shelf in somewhat of a bowl. It's hard to explain. It's just over the slope that comes off that right trap, so he's missed it in the worst place possible, and he's obviously disgusted with the shot off the face, pushed it right, and it did fade as well on him.
Not taking a huge amount of time, and now he's walking back, but you could sense his frustration, couldn't you?
This is where it pays to be a left-hander by the looks. He's going to have some issues with his stance, but I'm sure he'll figure it out.
Got to be some advantages, Nick.
Oh, there always is.
Left-handers always look a little classier in most sports. not sure about whether that applies to golf.
I think a lefty always looks like they've got a great swing, I think. Hard for you to comment on that, Nick, but I do think that.
In most cases.
In most cases, exactly. I've resorted to putting right-handed at the moment, so I'm a bit of both. Let's see what Brad can manufacture up here.
These are the sort of shots on a final day that can define a round in a championship.
Pretty good effort there. Difficult stance he had, but showing his frustrations there, understandably. But if he could make that, he'd be very, very happy with a 4, I would say. As we check out Marcus Fraser for par.
That's for par.
And he doesn't like that at all, understandably. Makes a bogey on the 8th hole. Back-to-back bogeys, unfortunately. After a hot start, it's not what he was after.
Gorgeous day here in Melbourne, isn't it? Look at that beautiful blue sky, the odd cloud here or there.
Say that with an element of surprise in your voice there, Nick.
Well, I moved to Melbourne a couple of years ago and I just finally figured out if you don't like the weather, just wait a day and it always changes and it's pretty good.
Wait an hour sometimes. So Barbieri for a birdie. Wouldn't he love to snag this? And he's giving it a good shot. Oh,
wow.
yes.
Wow. What a turnaround this hole could be, hey? With Kennedy with 5-6 feet for par. And Nathan rolling in a birdie. Wow. What Kennedy would pay for Hutto or BJ's shot in the Pro-Am, hey? What he would pay to buy that tee shot. Huge bounce back from Nathan there. Young junior, Sharma. Coming up a little bit shy. As we watch Kennedy go through his routine.
So he was 4 shots in front coming into this hole. We're looking at a 2-shot turnaround. At least.
Yeah, possibly 3. He'll be in full grind mode here, wanting to limit the damage as much as possible. Plays as one of the tougher holes on the golf course. Played over par yesterday, 3.1 average. This is where the routine becomes so important. Just go through the process, put a good stroke on the ball.
Wow.
And the lead goes from 4 back to 1. And it's game on in the final round of the Players Series Victoria. As Brad Kennedy, no doubt seething inside, but just needs to keep his composure. He's experienced enough to know that still a long way to go.
A roller coaster of emotions in a round of golf. It's always fascinates me.
I mean, the last 2 holes with both those Nathan and Kennedy there really shows double bogey from each player. And Sharma tidies up there. A good 3 really from his 46 feet, was it, Nick?
Yes,
yeah.
Very good.
As we check out what Elvis Smiley is up to on the 8th hole. For birdie. To get him to 12 under par.
And all of a sudden he is not out of contention at all. Well, I think we can happily say an early nomination for the Odyssey Putt of the day. Callaway are a major partner of the PGA and also a partner of the PGA's Volkswagen Scramble, which is Australia's largest pro-amateur teams event with over 30,000 golfers participating each year. And the Odyssey Putt of the day from Nathan Barbieri. just need to check that leaderboard as to whether Nathan is 14 or 13.
Terry Picadarus making a run there, 7 under for the day to get to 12 under.
So we'll get that right and just clarify for you the standings out of the break. But what we do know is it's a terrific competition, and it's only going to get better as we head to the turn in the Players Series Victoria 2021 for the magnificent Rosebud Country Club of the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. Competition too for the juniors, which we've really enjoyed following. And there'll be a bit of pressure on for them as well as the afternoon progresses, with Jack Holland's lead sitting at 1 at the moment.
Yeah, Aron Sharma 2 under. Samuel Bakes, Molly Mclean 1 under par. Alexandra Fanarouk at even for the day, sitting there at even par through 9. Piper Stubbs, who we saw a lot of yesterday, 1 over for today at 4 over par. Baxter Droop 6 over and looking down the leaderboard there. Fantastic opportunity for all these young players to learn and rub shoulders with some of the best players in the country.
All right, we're off to a very short break. Back with more live action in just a moment.
Now we're here with Nathan's ball. Unfortunately, he's left off the tee, and as you move in behind me, he's got to deal with not only the lie, which is on a bunch of pine needles here in the pine trees, but he's got to navigate through this tree on his right, and then the big pine tree in front of him. So pins tucked, kind of front rightish on this green, so not ideal when he's just got the lead back to 1 after Brad Kennedy's disaster on the 7th. So tough little shot here, but if he wanted to go for the green and be more aggressive, is definitely there. I'm also concerned about the stuff that's actually in front of his ball, all these pine cones, big twigs, branches, etc., that when you do hit that punch shot, it's going to come out low, remember, so I'll be interested to see if he's managed to move all that debris that's in front of him. But tough shot. I think he's got it in him, though.
What do you think he'll choose to do from there, Nick or Stacey?
Well, I think in the position that he is actually, I think he's probably be looking for the more percentage play, getting it back into play, not this. You know, he's just got himself back into the tournament, we'd say here. So we don't want to do anything stupid. We don't want to, you know, put us further behind, I guess, after getting us right back into position here. So I think he'll be looking for the percentage play, getting it back into play and then looking to get it up and down.
It's one shot off the lead. Kennedy at 14 under, Barbieri at 13.
Yeah, a lot will depend on the lie here again. If it's lying fairly clean, he does have a slight gap there through that left-hand side there. Run it up the hill, that shouldn't be an issue. It's more about controlling the trajectory. You just want to keep it along the ground and avoid those overhanging limbs.
Looks like he is looking down that left side, Nick.
Yeah, just over the top of that hill, it does run down to the front, so it's not too bad. Just got to avoid any pine cones there as he's moving them away.
And with the pin on the right side today, if he could get it just down to that sort of front left, it should be a pretty basic up and down. Easy to say while we're sitting in here, hey?
It's always easy. It's one of those shots you don't practice that often, that little low bump and run, but I think we were talking about earlier, trying to hit a 4 or 5 on 120 metres. These are the sort of shots you need.
Start of the day with 3 consecutive birdies and a couple of pars and then a 7 at the par 4 6th. But back with a birdie straight away at the 7th.
Something solid by the sounds of things. BJ might be able to help us out there where that's finished up.
It did. I actually didn't see where it finished, but it did. I think it just jumped on him a little bit. Got a bit of pine needles caught between the club and ball and just popped up at him. He actually hit the tree, or the pine tree, about 40 metres in front of him. I actually didn't see where it went, unfortunately. So big opportunity here for Brad, who's found the right side of the fairway with a really good look at this flag. Obviously got to go carry out the bunker, but only a short club in his bag, in his hand, sorry.
Yeah, great shot by Kennedy there. Right, finished right side of the pin, but to give himself a great chance at birdie.
It looked like Nathan had a bit of loft on that club, like a 6-iron or something. A 3 or a 4-iron might have been a better option. He went at it pretty hard too, so that's where those half shots come into play, but we'll see what happens shortly as we watch Sharma here hitting his second shot in from an ideal angle, left-hand side. A lot of hip action through the ball there, isn't there? It's a bit like Joaquin Neiman, who plays in the US Tour at the moment, a Chilean golfer.
Quite an aggressive swing at it, but gets the job done there.
Certainly does. Someone's taking a practice swing in the distance there, thinking, oh, I just could knock one through the trees. Not looking great for Barbieri at the moment. You can't really see him, and he's obviously looking at his ball, so I'm not sure if he's going to have much angle to the green here. BJ, are you down that way?
Yeah, I got him here. Yeah, and it's not too bad. He doesn't have like clear, fresh air between he and the flag, but it's a lot better than before. So he's got 105 to the flag. Again, he's going to have to invent one of those little half-shot knockdown shots. But nothing in front of him. Bunker's obviously tucked on the right, so he's got a bit of green to play with. Grass between him and the flag. I don't think he likes it. He thinks it's going long, so can't quite get up there. It's slightly up the hill, which I think it has. As soon as he hit it, he knew it was going long.
Yeah, correct, BJ. That's gone long and left. That's going to be quite a tricky up and down there for Nathan. What a roller coaster this last half an hour has been for our lead group. A lot happening.
More changeable than Melbourne's weather, Nick.
Certainly is, and I mean, I know a lot of the players don't have caddies out there at the moment, and that's where having someone to sort of bounce ideas off is so valuable in moments like these. Stacey mentioned earlier about the percentage play. Just make sure we take the big number out of play, and he's staring another double bogey right in the face at the moment, unless he can get that up and down, which is a pretty tricky proposition from back there.
And like you say, with that, you know, the advantage of having a caddy when in contention and when under the pump, I think, you know, because we have to admit you're not exactly thinking that clearly when things aren't going well, or you're maybe getting closer to the lead, or probably like what's happened to Nathan in the last half hour.
Yeah, that little white golf ball kind of makes logic and reason seem like a myth at times. We all seem to think so logical when we're off the golf course, and when we get on there, we do some things we probably normally wouldn't do in regular life. But yeah, having a good caddy on the bag, that they can pay great dividends. And then we've seen some great relationships over the years of the best ones, and how they're able to talk people into hitting certain shots and take certain lines and putts. I remember the Steve Williams at the Masters, you know, when Adam Scott had that putt to win, and Scotty said, "Oh, I think it's a cup right." Steve said, "Nope, it's 2 cups right." And he said, "You sure?" He says, "Yep, I'm sure," and won him the green jacket. Not that, you know, wasn't obviously all up to Steve. Scotty still had to hit the putt, but it's pretty impressive, isn't it, to back yourself in that situation?
Absolutely.
He was the highest paid New Zealand sports person there for a while, wasn't he, Steve Williams? So it's interesting watching travails of Barbieri, but Terry Picadarus is -12 through 16. So I wonder what sort of number he could post. Good conditions, and there's no reason to think that our leaders won't get more birdies in the back 9. But yeah, it's something to keep an eye on.
Certainly is. There's 3 par 5s to come after this, which are all very birdieable. But right now we're just trying to see what damage Barbieri can limit this to. Yeah, that's a lovely pitch shot. He rolls that in. Some bogeys are better than others, that's for sure.
And of course, Brad Kennedy has an opportunity for birdie himself to move to 15 under. As we showed you before, Elvis Smiley also in contention. 8 holes. He is 12 under also. So he has the par 5 still to come.
Yeah, it's where it's going to be, I think, really exciting on the back 9, isn't it? With 15 and 16, both very, well, you'd say very, very birdieable holes, but, you know, opportunities for eagles coming down the stretch. Anything can happen. What an exciting finish this is going to be.
Yeah, Elvis is actually looking the most consistent at the moment. No bogeys on his card. He's birdied 6, 7 and 8. The 9th hole of another birdie opportunity. Playing very steady golf. Obviously that influence of Mike Clayton is paying dividends.
Let's not give him too much of a rap, eh?
No, he's a top bloke. He knows his stuff.
Really enjoys getting out, helping some of the young amateurs.
He loves trees on golf courses too, doesn't he?
Cutting them.
It's a beautiful view of Kennedy's putt there. A lot of break from the right. Just not enough speed. Had the perfect line. But he will increase his lead on Barbieri, that's for sure. Whether it's 1 or 2 strokes, we'll wait and see.
Sharma's birdie putt on the way. And just probably ran out of pace there a little. Maybe underread it a fraction, but he's going to have to mark that. Be standing right on top of Nathan's line. He's still sitting in 2nd position in the junior competition. Sort of hasn't got his round going today. Let's hope he can do something as well on the back 9.
This is a big putt here for Barbieri. He'll feel as though he stole one here if he can walk away with 5 after hitting trees going over the back of the green. 2 double bogeys in 3 holes if he rolls that one in. The emotions are going up and down at the moment for these players.
This is where you really need to, your self-awareness really needs to be on song here. His mind will probably be going a million miles an hour, cursing. Let's hope he can tap that in and just, all right, reset here a little. What would you be saying to yourself, Nick, in this sort of situation?
Smash it as hard as I can off the next tee.
That's really good advice.
Get home in 2 and make eagle, yes.
No, not quite. I mean, well, the funny thing is the next tee shot is one that you can have a crack at.
Absolutely.
So it's the perfect hole to let out a bit of frustration. But, yeah, just one shot at a time, the old cliches. But
So while some of them are going one way, Elvis Smiley is going the other. There's an opportunity for birdie, which he makes, and moves to outright second now at 13 under. For the 18-year-old.
What a front 9 from Elvis.
it's his 4th birdie in a row. 5 under around the turn. Amazing.
And no one's tried to crack a bag Elvis gag yet either, too, so we're going okay.
We'll leave that for the back 9,
yeah.
hey? What can Terry Picadarus do?
He's done plenty today.
What can he do here? If he could sneak another one here, it'd be a nice weight in the clubhouse, wouldn't it?
Birdies at 14, 15 and 16.
Second shot into 18.
So this is second into
Pin
18.
is tucked a long way back there today. 30 paces on, 5 from the right.
Right up that tier.
Gallery sitting right on top of the green at the back there. They'll have a perfect view of people putting out right next to the clubhouse.
Going to stay up there? Looks like it is. Giving himself a chance anyway on the last hole.
He cleared that tier by about 3 feet, so that's on the proper level.
So as it stands, he is in 3rd position, Terry Picadarus. Brad Kennedy continues to lead. He's at 14 under, heading to the par 5 9th. But Elvis Smiley is the man to watch at the moment. The 18-year-old is 5 under for the day through 9 and 13 under. Overall, just 1 shot behind Brad Kennedy.
Give it a whack. Yeah, that's the best way, isn't it? Okay. Technical tap, I'm sorry. Do you want to switch this over?
Okay.
So one of the best tips I was ever given to get out of the bunker was to get the sand onto the green. Generally speaking, if you can get the sand onto the green, the ball's going to get on the green. So what I always do is when I'm practicing, firstly, I try and hit the sand onto the green. My coach never let me hit a golf ball until I could hit that sand. So essentially what you do is you get your feet deep into the sand, you pick a spot behind the ball, you're not really worried about the ball. What you're trying to do is get the sand onto the green. The sand goes on the green, the ball's going to go on the green. That's how you get out of a bunker.
Great PGA pro tip from Jonathan Porter there. And don't forget you can book a coaching session with an accredited PGA professional. Visit your local golf course, golf club, or visit pga.org.au. Jonathan running things down at the MGA. Just packed at the moment. There's everyone around the country is getting back out on the golf course and trying to hone their skills, and definitely suggest get a lesson, Stacey, or two.
Yeah,
not
definitely.
Not you particularly, but for our
yes,
viewers. Me
too. But no, I think you're spot on with what you're saying about, people are, so enthusiastic about golf at the moment. It's such an exciting time in our sport. I think the numbers are higher than ever, memberships are higher than ever, playing rounds are higher than ever, lessons, retail. It's exciting time in golf. I think it's like we all had that period where we couldn't play and all we wanted to do was play, wasn't it? Of course, when something gets taken away from you.
Exactly.
No, but absolutely recommend getting a lesson from your local PGA pro. Looks like a couple of cracking drives down 9 here from Sharma, and we can see Kennedy there as well. All players are looking to sneak a birdie on the 9th. Par 5, playing 500 metres. It's playing well under par for the week. Sharma's aggressive swing. Little club twirl there. Would indicate he likes it. Can't quite see where it's ended up.
Throw to me, Terry.
Let's go to you, Brendan.
Yeah, Sharma's ball just hit the tree on the left there, so if it had carried that, it would look good, but Kennedy's got 236 flags, so it's still a southerly, so it's a little bit into off the right. He's got 3 wood. He has hung it out to the right a bit. I think if he turned it over and moves it a bit more right to left, he could have got there, but I think it's a pretty safe play. Did see it bounce, so Barbieri's actually found the left rough. He's on a downhill slope and he's got to go under these trees. So, again, nothing too difficult. He'll hit this, I'm assuming, this nice little hook, which is made a bit more difficult off that left to right slope. But he's going to come under these trees and hopefully run it around the bunkers. Extensive bunkers, mind you, on the corner here that guard this kind of last bit of the dog leg.
How's his mindset, do you think, at the moment, BJ? How's he composing himself?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's great. There's obviously Braithen did have a word to him just after he did hold that bomb. Probably just telling him to stay in the moment and to keep it going, particularly after Kennedy made that error on that par 3-7. So it would be disappointing now coming off as a double bogey, obviously, but then missing the fairway here in a par 5, which is a hole that he's played extremely well early in the week, and if you did happen to find the fairway here, it's only maybe a 3 or 4 iron in for him. So now he's going to have to lay up, which he has done. And he went more the conservative route. He's actually gone short of the bunkers. I thought he was going to try and wrap it round on the right to get it further down there, but he's in a perfect spot there, but unfortunately had to lay up because he had another missed fairway.
Yes, he's gone eagle, birdie and par for the first 3 days on this hole. It's gradually getting worse, but it did start very strongly with an eagle.
Let's not jinx that, Hutto.
Terry Picadarus.
Could he sneak another one here?
Could he?
Not quite. But what a day. You think he's going to tidy that up for a 7 under. Give himself 12 under for the tournament, and it will be leader in the clubhouse.
There's a 64 to finish.
It's probably not going to hold up, but you wouldn't leave the premises just yet, would you?
Just hang around, just in case.
Who knows what can happen?
Beautiful day for golf, as we've mentioned a number of times. Oh, sometimes it doesn't feel too beautiful, does it, when you've just dropped a couple of shots?
What a frustrating game it can be. And there we watch Terry tidy up for his par. Fantastic round, 7 under par. This is where Nathan's laid up to. Maybe learn a little lesson from his last hole. Maybe trying to be a little aggressive out of those trees on the 8th. And it did come back to bite him, unfortunately. So he's played out to a good yardage for him. A full shot in. With the pin 11 on, 4 from the left. He's probably going to be aiming a little bit right of it. And we'll cross out to BJ to talk us through this one.
Yeah, he's laid up in a perfect spot. He's got 95 metres to the flag. As you made mention, it is tucked in there on the left side, so anything left is not going to be ideal. So short club in his hand, expectation would be giving himself a birdie putt. As you made mention, it was a good decision. He did have the long iron in his hand initially and then went back to the shorter one to hit it short of these bunkers just to give him a good yardage and a guaranteed look at birdie for these players anyway. So he's just left it hanging out to the right, unfortunately.
Good distance though, so he will get an opportunity for a birdie, which he needs right now. It hasn't been too many pars for him for the day, just the 2 for the roller coaster of the first 8 holes.
Very much so. Sharma did get unlucky, clipping that tree and dropping straight down. He's had to play a little conservative out to the front of the green there, but I would say smart play from the young junior. He's still, after all that, he still has a birdie chance.
Suo, so she's picked up 2 shots for the day, and all of a sudden a birdie here, and she's right back in the mix. This is at the 11th, par 3. Oh. She's getting closer.
She's going to make a charge. This is the time for it. A little unlucky there, just grazing the edge of the hole.
She's playing well. She just needs to keep her frustrations in check and know that there's plenty of opportunities coming.
3rd for our leader, Brad Kennedy, at 9. That's pulled up well shorter than he would have anticipated.
He'd be disappointed where he's left that one. As we check out Sharma. Actually chipped that up, but disappointing. Left it 5 or 6 feet past. Probably not how we thought the leading group was going to play this gettable par 5, 9th.
One of the easiest holes on the course. You walk off here with a 5 and you feel as though you've given one back. But a couple of putts here and that'll solve that problem.
Did play the easiest hole yesterday. Maybe a little different with the southerly today, do you think, Nick? At all coming off the right there?
I think the southerly actually helps this hole. Just off the right-hand side, it's kind of favours the right-hander. It's just unfortunately Barbieri didn't hit a good drive, and Brad just very unlike Brad Chip, basically, he's got a great short game, and he'd be expecting to get that up and down most times there.
I was trying to give them an out, Nick.
I know, but
I like it, Nick. Stick to your guns.
no, I know BJ would have got that up and down. So, no, it's a hole you have to take advantage of for sure. But as I say, it's a funny game. You roll this long putt in, and you walk off with a 4 anyway. So. One thing about Brad, nothing changes with the routine. He'll just go through his movements that he does, and very methodical.
He's looked very, very rock solid with his routines, hasn't he? Even after, you know, having that double bogey, it didn't really look like anything altered. And I think that's probably, you know, shows his experience as well. He knows how important that is when you're coming down the stretch. The one thing you can rely on is your routine. Sticking to that, the one thing you can control.
All right, let's just pause and look at the ISPS Hander PGA Tour of Australasia Order of Merit. Brad Kennedy sits atop at the moment.
He's looking to extend his lead on that.
Obviously not as much golf played as would have been anticipated. But it's back, and that's the great news. And the boost that players can get from winning a tournament like this. So let's see how Nathan fares. He knew he hadn't quite got it right there.
So after the hot start from our leaders, they were 3 under through 3. I don't think either of them will be under par after 9 holes. That was certainly unexpected. But as they say, the tournament starts on the back 9 on Sunday.
Well, it's about to start then, isn't it?
Here we go.
Does it feel that way out on a course when you're playing a final round? You're in the final group or close to it?
I think when you're in that last group, for sure, it's you know, it's a bit of a roller coaster of emotions all day, I think. But that when you make that turn and you know you got a bit of a sniff at it, as I say, there are people who like looking at leaderboards. Some people don't. I always wanted to see where I was at just so I could change my game plan accordingly. Unlucky there for Sharma, just rimming around the hole. He was walking it in for a moment. But, you know, the great players that are able to finish tournaments off make Sunday back 9s look like the front 9 on a Thursday, basically. Almost nothing changes in a way. And that is the difference between the good and the great players. They're able to execute under the most extreme pressure.
And Sharma's bogey there has just actually dropped him out of the lead in the junior part of this event. As we check out Elvis Smiley on the 11th, par 3. And he's come up a little shy there, but he's still going to have a good chance at birdie. Marcus Fraser. The 11th hole, playing 159 today. Great shot by Marcus Fraser. Gets it into around 6 feet with a great birdie chance. Be looking to get that back to 11.
So right through, we've seen the joy, I guess, in the young players and the experiences they're getting. And Jeff Ogilvy, Marcus Fraser and Suo played 9 holes with some of the juniors last Tuesday. Let's take a look.
Get a good picture of your flight off those 2 lines, your start line and your finish line. Straight strike there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? It's, you know, all pretty talented young kids and, yeah, hit it a long way, but I think everyone hits it a long way compared to me, so.
I mean, I hit it past it a few times, which kind of made me feel good, but I don't know, they don't swing it too hard, which I probably should take into my own game.
Did you hit 8 then?
Yeah, I hit it.
So try and hit 7 and 6, try and hit at the same distance,
Yeah.
and just mess around with the flight a little bit.
Yeah.
Like the 6 is going to feel like you're just chipping it.
Yeah.
So instead of just going, okay, bang, it's 8 on, got one shot.
You can also hit one that's like 54 and you just like try and hit one, run one up there. It's hard pin to get it all the way there because the green's so far back there.
I don't know if I was hitting it that far when I was 15. I would like to think that I was, but that would mean that I haven't gotten any longer. So,
it was amazing. They're just like so lovely people and teaching us like different shots out there, how to spin the ball and different ways to play different shots into flag. It was just amazing.
Well, the talent's there and the quality of the swings we can all see. What a great experience for them. Part of what Jeff Ogilvy is trying to achieve with his foundation. The mission of the Jeff Ogilvy Foundation is to share the beauty of golf with young Australians who may not otherwise experience the thrill of the fairways, the camaraderie of a group and the joy of the perfect shot. We all love that thrill to ensure a wide range of young players, boys and girls, can enjoy the wonderful game while they're growing up, and also to develop leaders of the future who've learned lifelong and transferable skills from golf, all part of the Jeff Ogilvy Foundation and what they're trying to achieve. Back to the action though. And there's plenty of it out there right now, Stacey.
Yes, Elvis Smiley has birdied the 10th as well. I'm looking looking to get another here on 11, and he's tied for the lead with Brad Kennedy. Exciting stuff happening out there today.
Liz better just dump her afternoon's appointment with the tennis. Get down to Rosebud.
6 under through 10 on a Sunday, hey?
He's going for his 6th birdie in a row here on 11. How many in a row did you ever have, Stace? Do you ever remember?
I thought you were going to ask me then.
I knew not to.
Oh, well, it can't actually, I really don't know. It can't have been many because I don't remember.
So you probably asked that question.
No.
Answer yourself.
Come on, Nick, what was it?
Oh, I think it was 6. But I remember playing 9 holes where I never had I had 9 one-putts, which was good.
Nice.
But one of those one-putts was for bogey. The rest was for birdies.
Nice.
But yeah, when you get on a streak like that, the hole looks like big as a bucket. And I know Elvis has left himself with probably a good 30 or 40 feet there, but I'm sure he's thinking a hole in this right now. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. It must be looking like a basketball ring today.
Birdies at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and ...
What can he do?
This for the lead.
What a story it would be after being, 6 over through 14 on the first day.
Amazing.
Unbelievable. What a comeback. He's looking as cool as a cucumber out there, isn't he? Hangs it out to the left. And it stays there, but still a good run at it. His pace is obviously it's on.
He wasn't going to leave himself short by the look of the putt.
I like to see that. He's still playing aggressive.
The runs come to an end though in terms of birdies, but still very much up there as the co-leader. I wonder if Brad Kennedy's has that information or not at this stage.
Young Jack Holland has left himself quite a lengthy par putt. That's just to keep him in the lead on the junior side of things. Just shave the edge.
Yeah, Marcus Fraser, 42 years old. The combined age of his playing partners is 36 years. So do you think he's feeling his age today?
Who's going to remind him of that one? Maybe BJ's already reminded him.
Oh, definitely. He's hit a fantastic tee shot here, pin high, 6 feet for birdie, and if he's going to have a chance in this tournament, these needs to start going in. 4 shots back at the moment, 8 holes to go. Now's the time. Beautiful putt, lovely 2 there on 11. Hopefully that's the start of his streak to come.
There's a big number of players that are now in double figures, but it's progressing past that seems to be the difficulty. Picadarus, as we said, finished set 7 under for the day and a 12 under overall. See if Elvis can make par here. Stay as the equal leader.
Unfortunately, slides by. That one's going to hurt. It's going to kill all momentum, unfortunately.
Yeah, we talked it up. Is that the commentator's curse? Going for 6 in a row and the old 3-jack. Get the feeling with these scores at the moment, somewhere around that 14, 15 under par. It's more than likely going to be top of the leaderboard at the end of the day.
Still had a little bit to think about on that one. Just needs to regroup and keep reminding himself how well he's playing. Nathan on the 10th. His second shot out of the left rough.
He's not finding too many fairways at the moment, is he, off the tee? But that's a fine second shot to give him another birdie opportunity.
Second shot is Sharma on the same hole. Another lovely shot as well. Left-hand side of that fairway is the perfect angle to the right-hand pin today.
Brendan's down there with the leader.
Yeah, my Tag Heuer connected golf watch yardage is giving me 147, sorry, for the other lads. This is 135 for Kennedy. But as you made mention, all finding the left side of this fairway. And although the other 2 guys are in the rough, they had a perfect angle to this flag that's 12 on, 5 from the right. So this front right trap brings that into play. And it's the worst place they can miss it here. So it suggests green light for Brad with the short club in his hand. He's actually leaked that right. He's not happy with it. And he's found that trap that we talked about.
This tournament is a long way from being over right now. Let's update you if you've just joined us on some of the highlights. The Daimler Truck highlights. Andrew Dote got things rolling with this at 2. Didn't have to roll too far. Straight in for an eagle 2.
Tournament host, Jeff Ogilvy. Birdie on 3. And he rolls it in to get his round, get things started on the 3rd hole there.
Sue O with her second shot on the 1st. striping an iron in there from the right side of the fairway, looking to get off to a good start. She surely did, almost by holing her second shot there. Tap that in for the 33 to start the day. As we watch Barbieri on the same hole, his second shot. See if he can match Suo's. He certainly did. And he'd roll that in for a birdie as well.
Watched the 54-hole leader, Kennedy. Second shot on 2. Looking to get things off to a great start. And that he does. Eagle on the second hole as you're leading. Perfect start.
If you don't mind. But they weren't done there. Birdies kept coming. Barbieri rolling this one in. Slow. Terrific putt. 3. And this was a beauty from Jeff. How did that miss, Nick?
You misread it, obviously, so there's a little bit of right to left in that. As we take a look at Brad Kennedy, I must admit I really thought he'd leave that second shot left of the flag, but squeezed it out right. Not a lot of green to work with here. Pin was 5 paces from the right edge, so but if he's got a good lie, he can get this up quick enough and stop it pretty quickly, I'm sure.
BJ might be able to tell us what he's got with the lie.
Yeah, no, he's got a perfect lie. And another thing he's got going for him, it's slightly back into the wind. So from bunker edge to flag, he's probably got about 20 feet, just over 20 feet. So definitely doable. Didn't come out how he'd suggest, I don't think. I was picturing a slightly higher ball flight. Left himself probably 12, 14 feet for par here on this short par 4. Barbieri's hit a cracker in there to about 6 feet, so he's got a great look to get one back here. Someone's sneaking up the leaderboard now. We've made mention of him earlier in the coverage. Is Maddie Miller. He's 4 under after 12. He's moved to 12 under total, so if Brad happens to make bogey here, moves back to 13. So only leaderboard getting quite clustered at the top.
You're going to have to be nimble through the rest of the afternoon, Brendan.
I have to shoot across different holes to catch up with the play and the leaders. Changing leaderboard.
We've got 11 players within 2 or 3 shots of the lead, depending on what Kennedy does on that putt there.
Ryan McCarthy was another who'd got to 12 under a few moments ago, but he's just dropped a shot on 17. So he's back to 11 under.
As we watch Sharma narrowly missing his birdie putt, but tidies up for a par.
Ben Eccles is another one who would have had high hopes coming into this tournament, but hasn't quite gone his way. But he's putting together a fine round for the day too, and he's got to 11 under overall.
What a great weekend Ben's having. He shot a 65 yesterday as well, so and 6 under through 16 today. Some fantastic golf.
Yeah, you probably think what could have been.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Is there much to this one, BJ? What do you see in this one?
Yeah, there's a little bit. A bit of right to left. It is down the hill too, coming off that bunker edge that he just got over. So everything is kind of breaking down towards the front of the green, or even to me, who I'm standing front left of the green. So picture this coming this way. Let's not forget about Sue O too. She's coming up to those back-to-back par 5s, which she's gone 6 under the last 2 days through that 2-hole stretch. Last 3 days, sorry. Great putt in the heart.
Massive.
That was huge.
Yeah, great pass save from our leader just to keep the Wolves at bay.
That could be a putt that if things turn out his way, he could look back on that as a big moment in today's round.
Put that in the Dame highlights. Yeah, Nathan, as it stands, in a big group of players that are tied for 5th, so from outright 2nd, fallen down a few rungs, but opportunity for him here.
Good positive stroke there, the birdie 3. Gets him back into a tie for 3rd.
And
2 shots behind.
Oh, sorry, Nick. The roller coaster continues.
There's a few different colours on his card today, I would say.
Speaking of Suo, with their 2nd shot at 13, just on the fringe here, taking putter. Quite a bit of swing in this one. Looks good. Finally, something has dropped for Sue. Great birdie.
Yeah, she's right in contention on the back of that. Just a couple of shots from the lead.
And like BJ said, with knowing those par 5s coming up, she could really put herself in the clubhouse in a nice position.
Yeah, I wonder what that number's going to be. At the moment, Terry Picadarus is 12 under in the clubhouse after a 7 under round. 64 today. Hole number 11. OFX Skycam gives you the perfect view of what the players have to contend with.
Yeah, the 11th hole, par 3. Personally, I think this is a left-hander's hole. I love the look of this hole for some reason. Playing 162 metres for the men, 146 metres for the ladies today. Pin is located 20 paces on, 4 from the right, just above a little tier. 2/3 of the way up the green there. 3's never a bad score on this hole, but if you can sneak a 2 like Marcus Fraser did a little while ago, you're more than happy to move to the next.
OFX are the official foreign exchange partner of both the PGA of Australia and the ISPS Handler PGA Tour of Australasia. Started in Sydney. That's not the sort of birdie he's after, but
you'll take what you can get,
you
though.
will, yes. OFX started in Sydney in 1998 and now operate in offices in London, Sydney, Auckland, Hong Kong, Singapore, Toronto and San Fran. Special sound effects. Don't think that's BJ.
Been down out the right today. Barbieri, I'd say you'd have about 8 iron in hand there. The Kookaburras kind of adding their little background music there. Welcome to Australia.
Seems super thrilled with the result.
Kennedy, I'd say, has more 7 iron in his hand. Again, looking just slightly left of the pin. Hand clubs off the club again. Seen that a couple of times today. Heading right. Will it miss the hazard? It just stays out.
Just hanging on.
That was a member's bounce right there.
He's just hanging on at the moment in more ways than one. Brad Kennedy gone birdie, bogey, birdie on this hole through the first 3 rounds. He'd be happy to walk away with a par after that tee shot.
He's hit a couple of, what would you say, wayward shots on par 3s today, hasn't he? On the 7th earlier.
Yeah, a couple
quite
of
right. And
flares to the right, aren't
yeah.
they? Which is unlike Brad has got Sharma. I think he's gone the other way to the left. And it all depends on the lie there. Plenty of green to work with, so it's not too bad on that side. A little quick with the hips there.
Yeah, in fact, Brad has 1 over for par 3s in total for this tournament, so he'd be happy to get through this one in par if he can get up and down. He's leader by 1 at the moment, 10 holes completed. Elvis Smiley, the main challenger, outright second, the young 18-year-old amateur. 2 Queenslanders atop of the leaderboard, and Terry Picadarus, who's in the clubhouse, and Suo. Still plenty of good numbers out there on the course with only a handful of holes to play. 15 players within 4 shots of the lead as it stands right now. And terrific competition in the juniors as well. Tie for the lead.
There is a tie, Jack. Aron Sharma there. 2 under par. 7 and 8 holes to go respectively. Alexandra Feneruk still at level par there in 4th position. Nice and bunch there. Harvey Young 2 over today for 6 over. Baxter Droop. Struggling a little today, but I'm sure he's enjoying the experience, as are all these players towards the bottom there, but it's been a lot of fun for them, I'm sure.
Hello, I'm Bear Grylls. I've been to some of the most desolate terrains golf has ever seen. From 10-foot bunkers to chipping out from residential neighbourhoods, I've seen it all. As Homo sapiens, we're usually a talented species. We created language, numbers, and taught ourselves how to read and understand mathematical equations. But when it comes to reading the green, weekend warrior golfers are about as useless as a walrus traversing across the Sahara Desert. My tip for reading the green is allowing other golfers to putt first, grounding yourself with some Adidas golf footwear, and lastly, carrying some elephant dung a dung beetle has rolled in the Indonesian jungle. Next, roll the elephant dung towards the hole so you can see which way the green is playing.
Oh, cheers, Bear.
Oh no. See you next time.
That wasn't chocolate, was it?
Important shot for our leader, Brad Kennedy here. Second shot at the par 3 11th. And it's going to be a challenging putt for par. He was able to do it at the previous hole though. Back live with one who's trying to push here. Nathan Barbieri started in 2nd place. Let's get down to BJ.
Be a good 2-putt when if he does it, but he just bobbled on him a little bit up that slope. I'm not sure you can see that on camera, but it is a 2-tiered green. This pin obviously being back right, so he had most of that slope to contend with. He was putting across it rather than straight up it, so it's a little bit off. All 3 guys have left themselves with testing par putts. Brad actually hit a good chip there. I don't think it just checked on him like you'd hoped.
Who's got the tougher putt out of the 2 then, would you say, BJ?
Brad's above the hole, so I'd suggest it's him because he's coming down the hill, so Nathan's left himself, I think, with the easiest of those 2. But young Sharma, he hit a pretty good pitch as well, just didn't quite release on him, so he's got about 12 feet for par.
Kennedy happens to slip up here. I mean, it really does bring a whole host of players into contention. Smiley already at 13 under. And then 5 players tied for equal 3rd at 12 under. Let's see how Elvis fares at the par 3, 13th.
Pins at the back right today, so a nice left-hander's draw. And he overcooked it a little, but nice friendly bounce there. That won't be too bad. A little downwind today, that hole too, so playing a bit shorter than the yardage it's indicated. Got Brad Kennedy here. Be nice to get this in first. Almost a bit of a match play moment here between him and Barbieri. Roll this one in. The hole looks a touch smaller for his opponent. Now it looks a little bigger. You can see he felt he hit a good putt there. It just broke a little more than he thought.
Well, this is what final rounds are all about, isn't it? There's the physical and there's the mental.
It's really brought a lot of other people into it. We're going to have 12 people within 2 shots now.
And it makes this a huge opportunity. Potential 2-shot swing. And he knew it was in straight away. Very positive body language there, BJ, as well, after he made it.
He's quick to pick that one up, as he would be. It's a good 2-putt in the end, because it was quite a difficult putt coming across that slope.
So made his par.
Brad, I think, just had a bit of a word to himself there as Nathan was having his putt. He got down on practically on his knees, just I think having a bit of a word to himself and probably just pressing the restart button.
So he limits the damage to 1. And walks away, headed to the 12th. Now is the co-leader. And this is our joint leader, Elvis Smiley. So I wonder if the numbers start to get into his head at all, or just that brashness of youth and just get out there and play it shot by shot.
Well, he's got the perfect guy in the bag for it in Clayton there. He'll be in his ear, I'm sure, most of the way, trying to distract him between shots. That's one of the toughest parts about the game, I think, especially in the closing stages, is to take your mind away from golf between shots, walking down the fairway. Having someone to talk to is always good, and as we know, Clayton doesn't mind the odd word or two. But it's a great opportunity for him just to experience what it's like coming down the stretch in a tournament such as this.
And I don't think it matters how much practice you do, how much pressure practice you do. Nothing is like the real thing, is it, Nick? Like, this will, regardless of the result today, this is going to be a huge, huge learning curve for Elvis.
And he knows how to win already. He's won some big tournaments, so this, you know, it's not that foreign to him. It's just that all of a sudden he's playing with pros as well. But I mean, really, he is almost a pro when you look at the way he plays and
professional amateur.
Exactly. And you know the pedigree he comes from with Liz and Peter, who have been professionals in tennis, and the advice I'm sure they've given him over the years is.
I wonder who was the big Elvis fan out of the two.
I think it was Peter, actually, from what I've heard.
Right.
Yeah. And they ended up meeting Priscilla at one point in an elevator somewhere. I've heard the story that Liz told about it, and
not a 7-Eleven.
Marcus Fraser's only a shot out of the lead now, so he'll be licking his lips. Only a few holes ago, he's probably 4 or 5 out of it. So you know, he hasn't really made one birdie in the last few holes, and the leaders have staggered a little bit. So this is right up his alley. Just got a great read off Elvis on the speed. Tracking. Is it enough? It is.
He can't believe it. And neither can we.
Looks like Elvis has turned left at the end and he's just hung out to the right. Wow. Beautiful putt.
Such a fine line. Would have given him a piece of the lead as well.
couple of other players in this group, Matt Miller and Suo, are also one shot behind. Putting for birdie here up the hill. It's a great pin position today. They've got it in the front left, just over that bunker. And Matt's on a slope there. If his ball rolls about another foot, it's all the way back down another 20 yards down the fairway. So it's a tantalising pin position.
He's got it.
He was a little slower out of the blocks today than some of the others. Just picked up a birdie at 2 through the first 5 holes, but has not dropped a shot. And then has added birdies at 6, 9, 12, and now 14.
To take him to a tie the lead. What a jam-packed leaderboard we have.
Suo to join the lead as well with a birdie putt of her own. 6 feet up the hill, slightly left to right. The ideal leave on this hole.
That one's going to hurt Sue a little there. A great opportunity it was to get in tie for the lead as well.
A little bit of what might have been for Sue today.
She's really had some opportunities, hasn't she? But I guess she just needs to keep in mind there's still those very gettable holes coming up. And this is really what the tournament organisers would want, isn't it? The first Players Series, the first one, we've got a jam-packed leaderboard heading into the final 6, 7 holes on Sunday. It's really, it's a great spectacle, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got the male, female and amateurs all contending for the lead. I mean, that's the beauty of this golf tournament.
Spot on. This is, yeah, I don't think you could script this any better. I was going to say, I'm sure it's what tournament host Jeff Ogilvy would be after, but maybe he'd like his name a little higher up there as well, but I'm sure he's okay with it.
It's a 3-way fight at the moment for the lead, shared by Matt Miller, Elvis Smiley and Brad Kennedy. And Terry Picadarus, who's back in the clubhouse, sitting back and watching just to see if anyone can better his 12 under. Suo, as we've mentioned, is through 14, 4 under for the day. Marcus Fraser could well be in that list of leaders after looking to make it 3 birdies in a row, which he wasn't quite able to do there at 13. And you can't count out Nathan Barberry either in our leaders' final group. Ryan McCarthy and Ben Eccles, we mentioned a few moments ago, terrific rounds for the both of them. Ben Eccles still a chance to post maybe minus 12 or even get to 13 under if he could finish with a couple of birdies. Michael Hendry, the New Zealander, 6 under. He's also finished his round. Jeff Ogilvy faring a bit better today than yesterday, 3 under with 2 holes remaining. Here's Kennedy at 12. His second shot in.
Barbieri will be next.
Nice shot in there. 20 feet under the hole, uphill putt for birdie. He's peer into the darkness in the trees there, and it's Barbieri. Looks like he's missed another fairway there, but he looks as though he's got a clear shot through. Something low and chasing up to that back pin. A long way right. He's done well to find his ball there. That's a beautiful shot. I'm sure he'll take that from there. And
right.
See if he can get 2 putt from there for his 4 to move to the next. Certainly been across the golf course today, testing out the trees and how much air is in them. Sharma's ball's long left. He'll have a delicate little putt or a chip down the hill there.
Well, as they make their way up towards the green, let's just remind you about My Golf. It's Australia's national junior golf program. Promotes participation in golf. It's endorsed by Golf Australia and the PGA of Australia, implemented by PGA professionals and community instructors at facilities all the way around the nation. The program has been designed to ensure children have a fun and safe introduction to golf, which is all important, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see, isn't it? These My Golf clinics happening all around the country, getting young kids into golf, aged between 5 and 12. And it's also been awesome to see these guys out watching this week and I guess watching some of their idols. As we head back out on course to the 18th.
It's backs to droop there with the ping hat on. Putting for birdie. But he's had a great weekend, experiencing life in professional golf for a couple of days. But runs in the family. His father's a professional, as is his brother.
And we've got local James Marcazzani in this group as well.
Yep. No shortage of hair there for James.
He's been working on that for a little while now. A lockdown project, maybe. Been great to see the family affair this week. The Marcazzani boys and their sister Monica as well out.
Yes, I was lucky enough to play with him in the Pro-Am on Wednesday. This is for a birdie. To get to 9 under. Not quite there.
Still a great week, and what a fantastic opportunity playing a big event at your home club. And you know, you can hear the support there from in the background. Plenty of support out there.
And his dad Frank had hair like that back in his footy playing heyday as well.
Is that right?
That's right.
Let's cross out to BJ and see what Nathan's got.
Yeah, Nath, again, the first part of the putt's actually uphill and it's doing a bit right to left, is it? Probably the second part of it, so well, most of the putt really, but it was a really good shot out of the trees. For a little bit there, we thought that he'd actually hit in the hazard. It's going to just fall under the hole. So again, that second half of the putt just going right to left, so leaving himself with 4 feet. Brad's in a really good position, but still got a bit of that right to left slope. Green does sit right to left for these players. I've noticed Brad actually sitting down and stretching a fair bit, so I think just the lower back's just tighten up a little bit.
Dan Hillier for birdie on 18. He works that in. Nice way to finish there for New Zealander Daniel Hillier.
There's a good look at James's do.
I reckon he's pretty pleased with that.
Just the sort of tonic Brad Kennedy needs right now, just to shrug off a few that are coming for him hard.
It's a great run at it. Narrowly misses. He tried to lean that one in. Not to be.
Obvious, but every putt counts now, doesn't it?
Sure does.
They'll be feeling that out there.
And as will the juniors. It's quite a tight leaderboard for the juniors as well. This is Sharma. He's currently in second place. It's for par. And that keeps him one behind Holland. I wonder, is he a leaderboard watcher at this young age? I wonder if he knows where he sits, if he's feeling the pinch.
Scoring's all done on the golf app at the moment. I think it tells you, so it's pretty hard to avoid the leaderboards. You better get used to it quickly.
Yeah.
It's Barbieri cleaning up for par here after a wayward drive. That one hurts.
Yeah, he slips 2 down now. Aaron Pike's another we haven't seen a lot of because he's been a little further back than most, but he's at 12 under also, putting a pretty solid round together at 4 under for the day. He's through 15.
He's quietly climbing the leaderboard there, isn't he? As we watch Kennedy for par here.
No mistake for Brad Kennedy. So he walks away with 6 holes to go. Next on the list is the 13th. How should we play the 13th? Jeff Ogilvy.
All right, 13 here at Rosebud, par 3, really pretty hole. It strikes you if you haven't been at Rosebud for a while that how nice a place it is. I think it's underappreciated, and I think everyone who comes in the gate's blown away by how pretty the place is, and this is another example. 180 so yards. It's probably about a sort of a 6-7 iron for most of the field. It's probably a 7 iron for me today, wind off the left. And a relatively easy pin today right in the middle of the green. But there's some really nasty pins. If you go back left, you're gonna have to carry it all the way over the bunker. It's 20 past the front to carry over the left. So it's gonna be sort of 6 iron to a really tight pin up the left if you want to hit it close on Sunday or Saturday. So middle of the green today though, so they've looked after us. So probably a 7 iron, we'll see how we go. Wind off the left is never my favorite. I'd prefer it off the right. I had a preference, but you're gonna work with what you're given. A little bit left, but we're putting. All right, here we are, 13. We are pin high, 25 feet or so. Not the best shot, but as I said, putt on the tee, putting is always good. Sort of a downhill putt it looks here. The pin's kind of in the low spot. So you're always kind of looking for where the high and where the low is, I think, when I read greens. You do a lot of green readings subconsciously. You feel it in your feet naturally. It's higher at the back, it's lower at the front. So generally this ball's gonna go towards the front of the green on a hole like this. So you've got most of the read done before you even get behind the ball, I think, if you've kind of, if your awareness is sound. And then you just kind of, I'm just fine tuning when I get down here. This is probably gonna break a couple of feet, 2 feet maybe. And I'm not hyper precise about spots I putt over or something. I'm more like to kind of get the general thing and sort of let myself make micro adjustments, if that makes sense, because I let the instinct kind of take over, especially on a putt that breaks a lot like this. Oh, a massive misread. Pretty straight in the end, really. Tap it in, easy par though.
Easy par, says Jeff Ogilvy. Brad Kennedy would like at least that, or can he get close enough to get a birdie?
Beautiful shot in there by Brad. Slightly left of the flag, trying to fade it in. As we come to Suo, first of the 2 par 5s, 15 and 16 with her second shot. A couple of great birdie opportunities on these two holes, possibly even an eagle opportunity if we hit it close enough, which
she does.
Beautiful shot, right on line, 15 to 20 feet short there.
That would even add to the intrigue if she could come up with an eagle and take the lead.
Very important putt for Sue coming up.
Yeah, those two par fives we've talked about, real opportunity. Can he keep a clear head here, young Nathan Barberry? He can, so he'll get an opportunity to make up that shot he just gave away at the last. What is? Let's go to 15. So Matt Miller has gone through the back here, we think. He's one of our leaders.
There's quite a severe drop off at the back there, as you can see him walking down to his ball. Green slopes from back to front, so he's going to have a couple of things to deal with, a left to right slope and also going down the hill. Pin's about halfway up the green on the right hand side, so it's got a bit of room to work with. This will certainly test out the short game.
It's going to be quite quick down this slope as soon as this gets running. I'm hoping to have a little spin on this to control it.
He's played it well, but it just hasn't quite run out as much as he thought. Probably needed to carry that another 2 or 3 more yards. It fed all the way down to the hole, but too bad from there.
So definitely no certainty for a birdie though, which is what they all be hoping for on this hole.
As we check out Molly Mclean in the greenside trap. Playing her third shot. Let's see what she can do from here. Yeah, great shot. Impresses the locals.
They did. They knew straight away, didn't they? Willing it in, but not quite.
We see her dad and coach on the bag there, Craig Mclean.
Look at Samuel Bakes here just to finish his round. Well, hoping to finish his round after such a good day. That'll disappoint him, no doubt.
Great round he had going. He was 3 under early, but that's dropped him back to 1 under par. As we go back to the 13th and check out what this final group is up to. As they just line up their birdie putts, go through their routines.
3 good looks at birdie here. Whoever's first away, the other 2 will be keen to see what the ball does. I think Sharma and Barbieri are on a similar line, whereas Brad's a bit further back on the green.
It's been par every day, Brad Kennedy, on this hole.
Looking to change that up here.
Whereas Nathan's had a bit of everything. He had a birdie on day 1, a double bogey on day 2, and then a par yesterday.
Beautiful roll.
He can't believe it.
They are really riding this hard now, aren't they?
He's putting well though. The last 4 strokes on the back 9 have been really good. The par save on 10. He had a good putt on 11, didn't go in. And that long putt on the previous hole was a very good positive stroke.
And you keep telling yourself that, Nick, when you...
Exactly. You just think, okay, they're going to drop. They're going to drop. And here's one that Sue O would love to drop for eagle in the outright lead. Did she hit it?
Almost collapsed at the knees watching that one.
but it is a birdie.
Worm's eye camera view there. It's teasing us.
It's a birdie and takes her to tie for the lead.
So there's 4 at the top.
4 at the top. We have a male, a female, and an amateur. Couldn't script it.
Nathan Barberry starting to run out of holes. Still very much in the fight, but there's so many around him now. Aron Sharma. He'd love a birdie here.
Just hit that one through the break a little firm. But a good positive try nonetheless. He's standing on Barbieri's line there, so he'll let him putt out first.
It's not really a stat I want to bring up, but there's only 2 players in the top 35 that are over par, and they're 2 in our final group.
For the day.
For the day, sorry. Yeah.
It's not a stat you want to bring up, but you'll bring it up anyway.
As long as I know they can't hear me, then that's fine. With Nathan and Brad 1 over for the day. Nathan tidies that up. He'll be looking to do something on, keeping in mind they've got the par 5s coming.
Yeah.
Tie these up for his par. 3 threes. Let's move to the next.
Yeah, well, Elvis Smiley, as we said, one of our leaders. He had that bogey at 11, but since then he's put 3 pars together, so he's just steadied. And he's now on the 2 par 5s coming up, so we'll see what sort of number he can put up there. Matt Miller, as we said, he's through 14, as is Elvis. Both 5 under for the day. Both jumping up to challenge Brad Kennedy, who's 1 over through 13. Terry Picadarus has the best of those in the clubhouse. A 7 under round today of 64. Aaron Pike, the same score. So many players, so close. 2 pages of players in double figures. To Ogilvy jump back up to 10 under. Andrew Dote, who started the day so well. Daniel Hillier, the New Zealander we saw finish just before. Kirsten Radgley also -9. She's had a great weekend. West Australian amateur.
Maddie Griffin there with a nice solid 3 under par. Finished 7 under for the tournament. Doe Choi, 2 under, a very solid week for her, finishing 5 under. Maddie Yeager, 1 under for 4 under total. His Cathedral Lodge members will be happy with his performance this week. He's the pro up there now.
Not a bad spot to have residents.
It is very nice up there.
So to 14 now. 5 to go for our final group. Brad Kennedy.
And that's in perfect position. One thing with that front hole pin position today, you don't want to get too close to the green because it'll be very hard to create some spin to keep the ball close. You want to have more of a fuller shot in. Land the ball behind the flag and spin it back. So a good shot there from Sharma up the left-hand side. Nicely on the short grass.
Here's our host finishing off his second shot on 18, Jeff Ogilvy.
He has snuck back up the leaderboard today. He's currently 3 under for the day, 10 under total. and gives himself a good look on the last. Good bounce back from yesterday. As we go back to Barbieri on 14. His tee shot. Like Nick said, just looking to get this in position, really for your wedge shot in. Just laying up to a nice yardage there with that front pin position. As we check out Andrew Dote, hitting his second shot into 18. Also at 10 under par total. Looks like he's come up a little bit short. But still an opportunity. I've misjudged that breeze. You can see the flag there playing slightly into.
So we're at 15 now. Suo joining Miller, Smiley and Kennedy as equal leaders. Four-way tie. And Smiley an opportunity to go ahead if he can produce a birdie at 15.
This is Jack Holland playing from the sand first. Quite a long bunker shot, this one. A couple of options, throw it all the way or take a slightly less lofted club, maybe a gap wedge, and let it release to the hole. Looks like their balls could be quite close together.
Marcus Fraser just marking his ball. He's another who's only one shot off. He's had a couple of near misses as well. What a terrific finish we've got for this first Players Series championship.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? A new event, really dishing up a bit of everything.
Just get the feeling on these two par fives, 15 and 16, someone's going to make an eagle and bust out of the pack. I'm calling it early.
Can feel it.
I can just feel something. Might be a whole bunker shot. You never know.
We had an Albatross yesterday.
Exactly. It'll fire everyone up. Elvis just saw what Jack did, so I'm sure he'll be hoping to get a little closer than his shot.
Might help him.
Every shot just gets that little bit tougher as we get closer and closer.
Caught that a bit thin, possibly. Yeah, threw it a bit too far, but about 10 or 11 feet down the hill for birdie.
Back a hole to 14. And Brad Kennedy in the heart of the fairway. We saw his tee shot a few minutes ago. We've seen a number of players pick up birdie on this hole today, Brendan. So big opportunity here for Brad.
It is. He's got 76 to this flag. It's a newly renovated little front left pin here they've put in. This is flying long. If it's going to spin, it's going to be really good. Perfect. Keeps it under the hole and everything. How good's that? Barbieri is only a couple of yards in front of him. He'll have 73. So as you made mention, great tee shots here. Tight little hole. It's all about that wedge control now to this front pin, so terrific shot from Kennedy. Young Sharma's come up short in that trap. That's one of the penalties. You miss it left as well. There's another trap, but it's downhill all the way to the flag, so long is the only real bailout here. It's a cracking goal from Kennedy and Barberry.
That's two quality wedge shots right there.
What a bonus for Brad Kennedy to, if he can pick up birdie there, to then head to the two par fives. Speaking of which, the second of the par 5s on this inward 9, Suo.
A beautiful drive to the top of the hill. Perfect angle for this pin today. Nice shot. Playing it just right. Left isn't the best spot to miss it, so she'll have a great look at eagle there. Maybe that's the one we're looking for.
Maybe
this is it. This is it.
Big putt for Marcus Fraser coming up.
Had the line, but it was quite a bit uphill, that putt, so understandably came up a little short. Got a little bit of work left there.
Get back to our final group, and after 3 tidy wedge shots in, let's see if they can convert these. What are you seeing in these ones, BJ?
Not really. They are coming just off that front trap, which is a little bit downhill, believe it or not. So they'll have something to think about. And it is a subtly sloping green. You've got bunkers obviously short of the flag and off the left, short left. So they're going to have an impact on the putt, you would have thought. I think this putt for young Sharma is going to go left on him. I can't quite get him behind it to have a proper look, but just throw it out there.
You're spot on, Beach. Everything sort of breaks down toward the flag where it's sitting on the ground down there. It's a subtle green.
Well, flies.
Great joys of Australia, the blowflies. Oh, he walked it in again.
I don't know if he was walking that in or he was giving up on it. I'm not sure.
Big wide smile and fist pump. Well played. Speaking of smiles.
Let's see what Elvis can do here with his birdie putt on 15.
Just gets away from him. Opportunity missed for the 18-year-old Queenslander.
Making a 5 on 15 today, it is going to feel like he's let one go there, but he's still got another par 5 to come. Let's see what Kennedy can do. Birdie and the outright lead. Rock solid.
Read it beautifully. He's back in front on his own. For how long, though, is the question. With Suo looking at an eagle putt. But that'll feel pretty good, I would imagine, Nick, with the 2 par 5s to come for Brad Kennedy.
Yeah, he gave himself the perfect lead there, and he put some really good strokes on the previous few putts and trusted the process. It was a left edge putt and it went right in the middle.
Still got a 17, I reckon.
Here we have Maddie Miller, 17, in front of the green, little uphill left to right. Chipping here. 1 back at the moment, so at worst case he needs to get this up and down, but I'm sure he'll be eyeing this off and trying to hold this.
I think it's great for him and Sue to be both going, you know, quite low today, pushing each other. Little match play within the match here.
It was tracking, just needed a little bit more.
He knows it too, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's the funny thing with playing partners. You can sort of almost ride each other's coattails if you're really going well. You get carried along, and if your partner's kind of struggling, sometimes that holds you back as well. As we watch Jack Holland birdie. He read that beautifully. Saw that Elvis's putt broke a bit more. Died it in the top edge. Great birdie for him there. That extends his lead to 3 shots in front of Sharma at the moment.
Andrew Dote, familiar face for Australian golf fans. He leaves that right.
Not the nicest way to finish his round today, but still a solid week for Dote. Now we head back out to Sue O for eagle. Could she do it? We'd like to say she's due, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we, guys? She's really burnt some edges today.
Yeah, it's a fairly straight putt, but just back up the hill. It's a matter of the speed, getting that right. Just burnt that edge again. Gave it
What
a great run.
Yeah, great run at it, hey? You could hear by the crowd's reaction there that definitely went close. She knows it too. But she's only got a few feet there for birdie.
There's Marcus Fraser finishing off at 15. No mistake there.
And our tournament host to finish up on 18 for par. 3 under for the day and 10 under total. He's got a colourful scorecard there today. But a great week. As we watch junior Molly Mclean. Junior and local.
Elvis at 15. Does get his par.
Maddie Miller for birdie on 16 to join the lead. Little slider, kind of a left edge putt. See how smooth the putting stroke is here. He likes to kind of hover the putter and move it away.
Rock solid, rock solid. Birdie and take him to a tie for the lead with Kennedy. And then Sue's going to have this to do the same.
Marcus Fraser did make birdie as we saw him on 15, so he's at 13 under and just a shot off the pace.
We'd like to say this is pretty routine sort of putt for Sue. And she does. A birdie as well takes her to 6 under for the day and 14 under for the tournament, tied for the lead with Miller and Kennedy.
Some sort of back nine going to, isn't there? Or when you include the birdie at the par, 5/9 as well, and that 5 under since the 8th.
Very clean scorecard.
So there's 3 at the top, and there's not long to go now. A couple of par 4s ahead for Suo and Matt Millar. Brad Kennedy, he has 2 par 5s ahead of him, so big birdie opportunities to reassert his authority on this tournament. But as Very delicately balanced right now. We'll check in on the junior title as well. Jack Holland just moving back to 2 clear.
Yes, with 3 holes to go, he'll be looking to sneak another one and cement this, the junior series. And then we've got Molly Mclean, the local as well. She's got it back to 1 over.
So a short break, and then the climax. The Players Series Victoria.
For those golfers that are having trouble judging the distance of their putts, I've got a great tip for you. Imagine you're throwing a ball or rolling a ball towards the hole. What you do, take your putting stance, do a couple of practice strokes looking at the hole, look back at the ball, and then bowl the ball towards the hole. Then what you do on the putting green is you do the same thing. You pretend you're bowling the ball towards the hole, have a look at the hole, look back at the ball, and pretend you're bowling the putter towards the hole. That's how you get the feel for the distance.
Words of putting wisdom there from Jonathan Porter at the MGA, and you can go to your local PGA coach to book a coaching session with an accredited PGA professional. Visit your local golf course, golf club, or visit pga.org.au. And they'll guarantee to improve your game. They guarantee, I'm sure they will.
Absolutely. No, you always want to take advice from your local PGA pro, not the member at the club who thinks he knows a bit about the game.
If you don't drop 4 shots on your next... No, I'm only joking. So we're on 18 here. Exciting climax awaits us. Here's Aaron Pike, who hasn't been too far off the pace. 11 under, might just fall a little short. 12 under of Terry Picadarus is the best score in the clubhouse so far. And our leaders are at 14 under. That's a fine shot from Aaron Pike. He'll have an opportunity to get to 12. Another Queenslander, so they're enjoying themselves in the Melbourne sunshine. Suo and Matt Miller both 14 under through 16, so 2 holes to play for Sue and Matt. And Brad Kennedy, as we've mentioned, overnight leader. He's level for the day, and he's at 15.
Matt Miller's just in
that and 16, both par 5, so big opportunity for Brad Kennedy. But here's Suo, we're tracking now. 17's been a difficult hole through most of the tournament so far, and BJ is watching these two as they get towards the end of their rounds. Brendan?
Yeah, it looks like Sue's actually just gone through the fairway on the right-hand side. We're up behind the green, so she does have a pretty good angle to this flag, which is kind of middle of the green. Left side brings that front left trap into play. But said I think she's just avoided the overhanging tree, so she's in a perfect angle. So green light for Sue here. And what a leaderboard we have, right? It's taking another look at. There's always something happening now, and obviously Kennedy and Barbieri, the young Sharma are back on 15, so they're likely to at least have chances at birdie on both those holes. So, and what a mix on the leaderboard too. You obviously got Sue, and then you got the wily old veterans in Maddie Miller, Brad Kennedy, Marcus Fraser. We're in for a great finish. I might have to ring the wife. Stacey, can you do that for me and tell her I'll be home a little bit later than what I said?
I'm sure she'll be quite okay with it, BJ.
I'm not sure about that.
Very exciting leaderboard. Honestly, anyone in this top 10 could take out this.
Just trying to work through why, because the tournament's close, that he's going to be home later.
Yeah, in her defence, she has had the 3 kids herself over the weekend. That's the first time, so all 3 kids were had by herself. So I'm sympathising with you, Rosie, if you're listening. She's probably not. She doesn't care, but that's all right. My eldest daughter tuned in yesterday and said, after 2 minutes, said, "What is this? This is boring." So
I hope we've jazzed that up for her a little today, BJ. I'm sure
no, I'm
Rosie's
not
doing.
you guys. She didn't want to watch her dad either. So.
I'm sure Rosie's doing a wonderful job there.
She is. Next to plays Maddie Miller, who's unfortunately probably the shortest in the group. And his left side of the fairway is hitting in a nice draw off the right side. He's got to go a little bit. Great shot, kept it under the hole. Let's not rule him out.
Just left himself a good look at birdie there.
And Sue's next to hit, so as we hope, she's got a really good angle, just probably on the edge of the fairway. You can just see the top of her over that little rise just before the green. Great camera angle from back here. I'm suggesting you guys have got with the crowd in the background.
Yeah, it's really good to see a lot of people out and about watching this weekend play.
Suggesting it's only a short club for Sue. We were down there with Jeff and Micheluzzi yesterday, so they only had 110 into the flag from there. She's just leaning a little bit. It's come up short. It's got to stop. That may just roll off the front, so she may have just left herself. If I can get a better angle, a tricky little chip. It's definitely rolled off the green, so she'll be chipping up to that slope, up over the rise to that flag. So wouldn't be happy with that with a pitching wedge, probably 9-9 in her hand.
Yeah, disappointing result there. Had the good angle into that left-hand hole location. Spun it back off the front. As we move to Marcus Fraser on the third shot on the 16th hole out of the bunker, which is about 40 metres short. Never the easiest shot in golf. And as you can see, that's why. Trying to judge whether you pick the ball clean or try and play an explosion shot, which is what he tried to do there, but unfortunately picked the ball clean.
Probably one of the toughest shots in golf, that is, like you say, Nick. That is, the error is probably, leaving it in that bunker in the first place. But yeah, it creates such a difficult shot. The margin for error is so small.
Certainly, so we're doing well just to make par there now. 16, which is very much a birdieable hole. As we watch Molly Mclean getting ready for her chip shot. On 17, she must be loving this. 14 years old, just playing in front of this huge gallery here.
So things just swinging back a little to Brad Kennedy with the way the players around him are managing this stressful situation.
It's going to be Sue to play first here. As BJ said, it did roll back off the front here, but she's still going to have, she's got quite a bit of green to work with here, so there shouldn't be too much in this. For Sue, uphill, to be quite aggressive with it.
It's been a troublesome hole for her during the tournament. Bogey, birdie, bogey, so a par would do just nicely.
I think she'd take that right now. Needs to roll out a little bit. No, great shot there by Sue. Left herself under the hole. About 3-4 feet to clean up for par.
The gallery's growing as we get towards the end of this final round. Beautiful day for golf, for playing or watching. A lot easier watching at the moment than playing.
As we watch Molly Mclean.
How good's that?
The locals are going to love that one. As she high-fived her dad on the bag there. Awesome. What an experience, hey? And to do that.
She's also had the Powerade recovery shot of the day.
Her fourth shot at the 15th hole, so great scrambling by Molly.
Bryden McPherson looking for birdie at 18 and to finish at 13 under with the best score in the clubhouse, and he's done it. He's been another who's just been a fraction off the pace, but has finished strongly. So there's a number.
Quite the fashion statement there with the old Ben Hogan style cap. Or cap or beret, I'm not sure what you call it. Two-tone shoes. Great finish for Bryden there. Really been revamping his golf swing of late. Brad Hughes in the US. Starting to play some good golf.
Yes, well, he has finished birdie to show that it can be done. He only parred both the par five, so found a different way of getting there, but
Maddie Miller for birdie. Here on 17, 20 feet straight up the hill. It's a great look at it. The early walk, never a good sign. Not unless you're Kevin Na or Aron Sharma. He seems to do the early walk quite a bit when they go in.
A few amateurs do seem to be taking on the Kevin Na sort of putting model. As Matt is tidying up for par there.
So 4's never a bad score on 17. It's one of the tougher par 4s on the golf course. He knows you'll probably need to at worst make par, maybe birdie on the last to have a chance. So we watch Marcus Fraser, who flew over the green. Oh, a beautiful shot there, lovely touch. Knock that in for his par.
Suo for par on 17. This is where she left her chip shot. Solid.
stays in the game with that putt, Suo. And we'll head to the final hole, hoping for a birdie. Hoping to get to 15 under, but even 14 under could be enough, who knows. Elvis Smiley at 16. Long range putt here.
Someone in the crowd was willing it in. Great putt by Elvis there.
Nice two putt. In the back of the green there. We think that's for birdie. In which case it'd put him in a share for the lead with 2 holes to play.
Yes, he's gone to 14 under through 16.
Junior Jack Holland. He's going to be going to Colorado College this year. Looks like he could be on his way to taking out the junior side of things if he keeps this up.
So here's as it stands right now, a four-way tie for the lead. Suo and Matt Miller have just one hole to play. They'll do that in just a few moments. Elvis Smiley with the two par fours to go. He's picked up a birdie at 16, and Brad Kennedy, who has an opportunity, still he's parred 15, so he'll go to the 16th next. But it's a four-way tie for the lead as it stands. What a finish.
All right, welcome back, guys, and we're here on the 18th fairway. It's actually both Suo and Maddie Miller, who we know their position in the field hasn't hit great tee shots. I think Maddie took too much club, and as we move in here, his ball's actually finished on the lip of the bunker. And as if we can zoom out, the flag's actually just right, so I don't actually think he's got a stance. So we might be seeing the old left-handed shot here. So, Nick, this is right up your alley, but he's going to have a tough stance. And if we pan back to here, this is Sue's ball in this left trap. So I think off the tee, they're both over-clubbed, and the wind may have changed a little bit, but ideally they're back there, take these bunkers out of play, and they've got a shot straight at the flag. So 2 errors for Maddie Miller and Suo here on hole 18.
Thanks, PJ. What was it that he dropped there?
These sunnies,
Sunnies?
was it?
Yeah, maybe.
Caught on camera anyway. As they walk up to assess what they've got.
The pressure of the final hole, the pressure of a four-way lead.
Couldn't get any closer, could it?
It's a little surprising they took the club that reaches those bunkers, to be honest. You want to stay short of them, and quite a narrow fairway to the right of those. And Maddie Miller, he's going to have a heck of a stance. I'm sure he'd want to borrow one of my clubs right now.
Nathan Barbieri not out of this either. He did pick up birdie at 15, so he's only one off the pace now. Remembering McPherson is in for 13 under.
Yes, Nathan birdied 14 and 15 just to keep him keep himself right in the mix here. Sue's ball looks like it's quite close to that lip. Hoping she's able to get at the green. BJ, I don't know if you can help us out on that one.
Yeah, no, she shouldn't have any problems, so perfect lie. Thankfully, it just finished in that left side of the trap, which the lip's a little bit lower that side, and that, as we know, this pin's back right, 30 on 5 from the right, so worst case scenario for her would be going long, so she's got plenty of green to play with. She's only going to have 120 to the flag, so keep it under the hole, so we're looking at a 115, 120 shot at most, I would have thought. And as we expected, Maddie Miller, or Rug, as his mates call him, or is known in the golfing world, he walked up to his ball and gave us the 2 thumbs up, or looked at his ball and gave 2 thumbs up.
Good attitude.
It's going to be interesting how he's... yeah, a lot of sarcasm involved. But he's actually looking way left to actually... Because he can't get his proper stance, as I made mention. He's either going to go left-handed or he's looking left to open up a club face and just... I'm assuming just hit a big boomerang cut high thing that he's going to have to invent something pretty special.
So we're down to 6 now. And the unknown is whether Suo, or even with a bit of a miracle shot, Matt Miller will need a birdie here to get to 15. Or whether 14 will maybe give them a playoff opportunity.
As Sue assesses what she's got again.
It's all about a clean strike here and being stable over the ball. You want to dig your feet in a little, just to give yourself a bit of extra traction. And just try and stay nice and steady, nice and stable.
Stacey crossing her fingers here.
No, I'm not. There's no barracking here.
Contact sounded really good.
Sounded good. Let's see the result.
Stay
there. That's a great shot. From that situation, great shot by Sue. It's a chance to take the outright clubhouse lead.
Yeah, that was fairway bunker play 101 right there from Sue O, staying nice and steady over the ball. Now we're going to have to watch Matt Miller manufacture something. But before that, it's Molly Mclean with her second shot here. Perfect drive up the right-hand side.
Do you think this is the most people Molly's ever played in front of? What do you think, Nick?
It could be. She probably knows all of them too.
Yep. Sue and Matt think they're out watching them, but... Oh. What a shot from Molly.
And is it getting to it? Not at all. Bring it on.
At all.
What a shot.
She's thriving in this situation here.
Chip in on the last, little tap in birdie.
She wants to keep playing.
What a week she's having, hey? And when she was deciding whether she was able to play this week, guys, she's a member at the National Golf Club as well. And it's the club championships this weekend. So she was trying to work out with the club, well, could I tee off there first thing in the mornings and then I'll get back to Rosebud to play in the afternoons? I love it. It was probably never going to work, but I love the fact she was trying. I don't think she'll be regretting her decision so far.
Not at all. BJ?
Yeah, Maddie doesn't know what he's doing here, so that's simply he's just running through every option he's got in his head. He initially just stood up to it thinking about hitting that high left one, opening up the face, which looks like he's got something like a 6 on. I tried to get to his bag. I didn't want to get too close to him, but he's got 110, so wind. It's a stiffish wind straight off the left, which makes both Sue and Molly's shots even better to that back right flag. So I think it looks like he settled on one leg in, one leg out. Really bad break here, but
if he tries to play it this way, it's a much harder option than standing outside the bunker, and he could aim well left, open up a 4-iron or a 5-iron and just hit like a little half chip and run type shot, but there's definitely options. Oh, beautiful.
Good contact.
Didn't muck around, got over it and hit it.
He's done a pretty good job.
That's a great result from there, really. How unlucky could you get? That rolls a further foot in and you've got to...
So, Marcus Fraser not out of it yet. He needs this to roll in, and it hasn't. So, it's 17. He does not get the birdie. So, barring a miracle at 18, he's probably out of contention now. Left a few out there, Marcus Fraser. So this is Brad Kennedy, and he may well be putting for eagle at 16. And he's got it.
I did call an eagle a little while ago. Yep. Might separate the field here.
Wow.
That's amazing. 15 and 16 over the course of the tournament. He has played those 2 holes in 9 under par. Isn't that amazing? The 2 par 5s.
Well, that changes things, doesn't it? Now Sue's turns to an absolute must-make on the last.
Yes, the Albatross yesterday and the eagle today. Could be the tournament.
You got Timmy up here on the green as well, mate?
But he still needs to get through the final 2 holes, so... As we've seen today, when players have tended to get a couple of good holes, it's been followed by something not quite as positive for them.
You're starting to think like BJ there, Hutto.
Just trying to keep it tight and interesting.
No, there's still plenty of golf left. 17 and 18 are 2 tricky par 4s. See Maddie Miller, he's got, again, a couple of options. Run it all the way or throw it over that tier in the green, which I think it looks as though he's going to try and do that. Take out a lot of the slope in this shot.
Looks like he's got something quite lofted there, Nick.
Need good hands for a shot like this.
Just hit that upslope.
Hasn't had a bogey all weekend, Matt Miller, so he'd love to finish with a par. Now, Elvis Smiley.
For birdie on 17. Not out of it, that's for sure. Only one stroke behind Brad Kennedy, who just made eagle. Back-to-back birdies on 16 and 17. Incredible golf from the young amateur. Suo's probably thinking this is a must-make now. Not that she knows what's going on back there, but I'm sure she's eyeing this one off.
What a fantastic effort that is from Elvis Smiley to pick up a couple of birdies after not taking advantage at the 15th. He was able to do that at 16 and then 17 to be 15 under with one hole to play. Now Suo. He's come so close so often through the day. Finally the birdies have started to come. Is there one more?
In the hole.
The line was so good.
It's definitely on a good line there. Short in the jaws. That one's going to hurt her, but what a round she's played. And she won't know where she currently sits. She won't know what Kennedy's done back on 16.
Rounds of 71, 69 and 65. So he's got better and better progressively through the first 3 days. Matt Miller out in 32 today. This is for par. So he slips out of contention and will finish at 13 under par.
Molly Mclean now. What a cracking shot she hit in here. This for birdie. An outright second in the junior section of this week. The crowd loves it. Between her and the Marquesanis, who's getting more of the support? What a finish for Molly.
Started cheering before the ball was even in there.
2 under round for Molly. What a day, what a week for her. She'll take so much from this, as will all the juniors that have been given the opportunity.
Big tournament from Matt Miller, finishes 13 under. And Suo one better at 14 under.
Great round by Sue. 6 under par for the day, 14 under for the week, and a new leader in the clubhouse.
Yes. Could easily have been 15 or 16, but it's the way it goes. Target is there now. She's having fun.
Great comeback for Sue after a first round of 2 over par. So she's really turned it around after that with rounds of 65, 67, and then 6 under 65 today. Here we watch the junior leader, Jack Holland, playing into the 18th. So currently got a 1-shot lead from Molly Mclean. Looks like it could be enough to get it done. Very smart play there by Jack.
Fraser hitting his second shot in, got a little luckier than Matt Miller a minute ago. BJ, what's he got?
Got 1-2-1 flag. He's coming a lot lower. It's a great looking line. Oh, he's just going in again. They look really good in the air, but I think you had to be, both him and Maddie knew the current situation had to be a bit more aggressive off the tee, which then brought in those bunkers. But you made mention that he came up a little bit luckier than Maddie. But as we know, with a couple of shot lead by Brad Kennedy, these guys have to be aggressive off the tee. And Elvis has just done that. He's smash driver. He's only got 88 into this hole from the right side.
And it hangs on. What an opportunity. Wow. That to join Brad Kennedy at 16 under.
What a shot.
What a shot. What a round. What a talent at 18 years of age.
That would be to take him to 8 under for the day.
Same as yesterday.
Wow. What a weekend of golf. Looks like a veteran out there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's all class there.
Yep.
Absolute class from the left-hander.
Back to our final group of Nathan Barbieri, who's 14 under himself. He's second into the par 4 17th. Great connection, and that's going to give him an opportunity for birdie as well.
What a shot from there.
Also in prime position is Brad Kennedy. So after that eagle, it appeared as if 16 under would probably be enough, but Elvis Smiley's had other ideas. So can Kennedy do the same? Here's a chance. Not going to be an easy putt. But
it's a great shot right over the flagstick.
Great crowds too, as you can see around the 18th.
Marcus Fraser might have a couple other things to deal with here.
Winner last week in Gippsland. Has been there or thereabouts today, but a couple of putts didn't quite go his way.
Just checking to see if he'd get relief with the backswing there with his wedge, but not going to be touching the sign. Going for the putter option anyway, so shouldn't be an issue, but he'll give the patrons there a nice close-up view of what he's got.
It's always a tough one in that situation. He's obviously not far away from getting relief. And yeah, you go through the process and check with the rules official to see if you can, but maybe he was a little too uncomfortable to play that shot as well. I might have tried to extend my backswing a little on that.
Just a little wider. Maybe I'll hit the full 6 iron here. What do you think?
But that's how I play it.
See the drop zone just behind him there. Potentially a little closer, but
yeah,
I'm sure it'll be fine from here.
Putter, not a bad option from here. I think it was a good option.
Yeah, lovely touch there. Great at these tournaments, how there's no ropes for the galleries. They can come and get a nice close view, watch the players as they walk up the fairways around the greens.
Terrific performance from Marcus Fraser, a 67. Big putts coming up.
Jack Holland, I think he has 2 putts here for the clubhouse lead. Sharma's still out in the course, potentially could catch him, but it takes some special golf coming down the last couple of holes. These young players have no fear at all, do they? Just striping at the flag, making birdies coming up the last. Love it.
And
great.
Finally, Breck's added a smile. What a great feeling. Birdie at the last.
2 under par for today. And it looks like it's going to get it done on the junior side of things.
Now.
Maybe a bigger putt here.
18 years of age, great sporting pedigree.
This to tie Brad Kennedy at the moment. Time at the top of the lead.
And it's good. An extraordinary performance. Back-to-back 8 under rounds from the 18-year-old. Elvis Smiley, he finishes birdie, birdie, birdie. 63. He's the equal leader. And could the amateur do it?
Wow, what a weekend of golf. Unbelievable.
Brad Kennedy's got other ideas. Down the hill, misses right.
I'm sure he heard that roar up there too for that putt, so we'll check the score after this hole just to see what he needs to do on the last, but he's still got a little bit of work left to do there. An amazing weekend, 63-63. Incredible golf from Elvis.
He doesn't quite know what to do with himself. Barberry.
I'd stay loose if I was Elvis. There's possibly a playoff coming up. You never know.
Elvis was pretty loose, wasn't he, back in the day?
Yeah.
That's the first Elvis joke we've had. Not bad, Hutto.
Barbieri, he desperately needed that one. Basically needed birdie finish, so he's going to have to do something special on the last.
Sharma on 17.
Beautifully done.
Oh, he's walked it in.
Yeah, he knew it was good, didn't he? Brad Kennedy just looking to take care of business here and head to the last. Are we looking at a playoff?
He's putted beautifully this back nine, so see this is just going through his process again. A good stroke on it.
No problem for Brad Kennedy, but he has just a share of the lead now. He led by 2 coming into the final round. Had his moments along the way. That's how it stands. We're off to a break. It's Elvis Smiley in the clubhouse, 16 under. A round of 63. Brad Kennedy with 1 to play on the same score. Suo, Nathan Barbieri at 14 under. That's the leaderboard as it stands. We'll take a break and come back to see whether Brad Kennedy can get it done. So the OFX Skycam showing us the all-important 18th hole. The finishing hole at Rosebud. Nick Ahern.
It's a cracking finish here. 350-metre par 4. You've got the fairway bunkers down the left. You can decide to just lay up short of those if you like, leaving yourself, say, about 130, 140 metres to the hole. Or you can take driver, as Elvis Smiley did, and crack one up the right side, split the fairways, leave yourself a wedge. So a couple of options to attack it to that back right hole location today, or lay back a little bit further. I'm thinking Brad Kennedy's going to take more the conservative route and see if he can put something up there on the green for 2 and have a look at 30 to win the golf tournament. But it's a great finish here at the Rosebud Country Club. An outstanding golf course. Everyone's loved the week. Ian Todd and his staff have done an amazing job on the golf course. The fairways and the greens are looking pure.
Well, that's how it stands. Elvis Smiley, the 18-year-old amateur. He is already in the clubhouse. He's 16 under. Brad Kennedy needs a birdie here or better to take this Players Series Victoria inaugural event for the first time. Brendan, how did they fare off the tee?
Yeah, Brad's actually taken the real conservative route, and he's laid back a fairway back from these bunkers on the left-hand side. So Brad's left himself 153. And the wind is hurting a little bit from the left, so it's probably playing more like, you know, your 160, just over the 162 roughly, but he's going to be conservative. He's not going to bring long into play, so expect this kind of middle left of the flag. Barbieri's left himself at 140. He's slightly ahead, and young Sharma's hit the best tee shot. He's slotted it down that left side, bit of a speed slot when it hits the ground, and he's left himself 132 to this back right flag.
So Brad Kennedy, who won in New Zealand last year, which meant he pretty much shelved plans for retiring from golf, gave him an opportunity on the play an event on the US PGA Tour. Well, had to wait a bit longer than he expected to do that. And then he's come back and he's been consistent for 4 days. Leader through almost all of today. They're on his own or with others, but now he's got his, well, his most important iron shot coming up for the whole tournament.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of slope in this fairway too, from right to left. Ball above his feet, which means it's going to turn a little left on him, a bit of a draw, but the wind is coming off the left, so that helps straighten it out. BJ, how much above his feet is this ball? Is it fairly flat, or has he got a bit of slope to deal with?
Yeah, no, he's actually pretty flat. Truth be told, I think it's below his feet. So he's just sitting on top of that ridge that runs through the middle of that fairway, which either feeds that ball left towards those traps, which a couple of guys have hit that slope and found the sand, and then it either keeps it up here or spits it right just slightly, and he's sitting on top of that ridge. So I do stand corrected by my Tag Heuer connected golf watch, and Brad's got 156 to the flag.
He has left it quite a way back, hasn't he? He's definitely taken the conservative route here.
One of the unknown factors here is the adrenaline, how much you're feeling it. I'd say he's got 6-iron in his hand because he's holding this shot up against the breeze, but may even be the 7 if he's allowing for a bit of adrenaline.
That's a great line, guys. It's over to you.
Oh, what a shot!
Unbelievable shot. In any normal situation, let alone knowing you've got to make birdie to take out the tournament.
After all the ups and downs of the day, to produce that on the last hole. Big crowd around, filling up the gallery. And he has just delivered a sublime shot to give himself a birdie opportunity. It's not in yet, but what a chance to win the tournament.
Where do we think Elvis is watching from right now?
He may have, dare I say it, left the building after that. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Unbelievable. As we watch Nathan hit into the last. Short and right. Similar to where Suo putted from earlier.
Sharma with his second shot in here. Needs a birdie to tie for second place in the junior tournament. Just catches that slope and run back down the tier. Quite a long putt from down there, but very safe in the middle of the green.
Just reflecting on that shot, Nick and Stacey, I mean, as you said, he set himself obviously a distance he was comfortable with. He was playing it conservatively, but he was able to execute it magnificently.
Yeah, it's really impressive. That just, I think, shows the experience as well. Like, he's clearly laid up to that spot. That's what he wanted. That's the number he wanted. And to be able to pull off the shot in this situation, it's just, yeah, it really shows his experience.
Yeah, he's hit a couple of loose shots off the tee today, so he obviously took the iron just to give himself a look at that second shot. The one place you really don't want to go in is in those fairway bunkers. And he just backed himself with a second shot, and execution was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, took those bunkers totally out of play off the tee. There was no way it was going to get there. And left himself a, what do we say, 3-footer for the tournament.
And he's putted beautifully on the back nine, so very surprised if that one doesn't go in, but funnier things have happened.
Stranger things have happened.
He certainly won the admiration of all those that are both here at the tournament and watching around the country.
There's no better feeling as a professional golfer as well when you have all that pressure on you to actually execute under that moment too, because that's what all the hard yards are there for, is to practice away thinking, okay, I've got to hit this shot now to win a golf tournament, and to actually get up there and do it. It's just so satisfying and gives you the confidence, especially going forward, for when you're in those positions again.
Fantastic to see so many people out supporting this event. So many spectators. I don't think we've seen this many spectators at golf for over 12 months now. It's great to see. And let's hope these, events are just the first of many to come. What a great, unique new tournament format we have here.
It certainly is very innovative, I think. It's got a good run of tournaments coming up now too. Victorian PGA next week. And then at Moona Links as well the week after, as we watch Aron Sharma. Long birdie putt on the last.
Good run at it.
Gave it a great one, but the interesting thing is he's going to give Brad Kennedy a very good read. That's right on his line. Might have to buy him a Coke afterwards for that one, I think.
I'm not sure if Elvis will be too happy about that. Let's see if Nathan can finish off his week in style.
For outright third, it's been a testing day for him at times. But he's held it together pretty well. Not quite get the result he was after.
He'll learn a lot from this week, though. He's only a newly turned professional, and the more you put yourselves in these positions playing in the last group, you learn so much from these days. He'll reflect on this week as something really positive.
Plenty of red on the card as well as a few other colours.
Bit of black and blue there as well.
Sharma for par then to finish off his weekend.
I'm sure Brad wanted to see that.
I was just going to say, was that more about the putt, or do you think that was what's there for it?
He just misread it a little, maybe just pulled it a touch as well, but I'm sure Brad will have a good look at it. His is much shorter, obviously.
Sharma's opted to wait.
But all eyes on Brad Kennedy. 46-year-old, been challenged by an 18-year-old amateur who's taken it right up to him. He led by 2 coming in today. And this is for the win. Truly satisfying victory for Brad Kennedy. All thoughts of retirement are long gone now. The 46-year-old follows up a win in New Zealand last year with a victory in the Players Series Victoria. A day which had its challenges, but he was more than up to it. Tricky finish for Aron Sharma, but he will have learned a lot. And what a fantastic weekend we've had. Brad Kennedy had an Albatross yesterday and a critical eagle. And then a big birdie in the run home today. He is a thoroughly deserved winner He wins by 1 shot from Elvis Smiley, who put together weekend rounds of 63 and 63. 68 was enough for Brad Kennedy. Well done.
Yeah, phenomenal effort there. 2 eagles on the day. Chipped in for eagle on the second hole, and then eagle in the 16th for par 5. Just an amazing finish from Brad. Midway through, early on in the back 9, you looked as though the wheels were just starting to come off, but he settled himself beautifully, hit some quality shots, and lovely putts coming down the stretch. Just amazing golf.
Really played some clutch golf at the right times, didn't he?
Nice little souvenir for the young golfer there.
Keeping the fans happy.
Straight to the pool room, that one.
This will be a nice walk up to do his scorecard here.
So let's just check the leaderboards.
Yeah, sure.
Brad Kennedy's name is proudly sitting up on top. There's a Queensland 1-2 in Victoria. Brad Kennedy, a 3-under round was enough to get it done. 68. He'll sign for 17 under for the tournament. Then Elvis Smiley, the 18-year-old amateur. Extraordinary round from him. Suo and Nathan Barberry tied for 3rd. And the juniors had their own battle. They'll walk away with fantastic lessons learned, but Jack Holland will walk away with a win.
Yeah, great result there for the Royal Melbourne member. Molly Mclean, outstanding round today from the 14-year-old, 2 under. Aron Sharma in the last group. Learned a lot, I'm sure. As did all these juniors playing in such a prestigious tournament, first of its kind. Rubbing shoulders with some of the best golfers come around.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the presentation from Rosebud Country Club. Brad Kennedy is the man after winning the inaugural event. The Daimler Trucks highlights of the day, and what a final round we saw at Rosebud Country Club. Andrew Dote showed it was possible right from the start to post some really good numbers as the challengers started to come. Holes in for eagle of 2.
Our tournament host, Jeff Ogilvy, long birdie putt on the 3rd hole. Always nice to see these just trickle in the edge of the cup. Beautiful putt there. Nice round of golf today from Jeff, shooting a 3 under 68.
Sue O hitting into the 1st hole to get her round underway. And sets up a great birdie chance. Pretty much a tap in on the 1st.
Barbieri on the same hole, 2nd shot. Wanted to get off to a fast start and certainly did. Beautiful shot in there. 3 feet straight up the hill, opening birdie.
Brad Kennedy's 2nd shot into 2. Can't get much better than this, can you? Eagle 2 on the 2nd. Great to get things underway.
Barbieri for his 3rd birdie in a row to start the day. Beautiful putt down the hill, breaking left to right. 3 under through 3.
And tournament host again, featuring in the highlights quite a bit today.
You think he's had an influence on the highlights there?
He has. A great shot in there.
That is worth putting in the highlights. The Daimler Trucks highlights. Beautiful shot from Jeff.
Sixth hole. Elvis Smiley for birdie. One of many birdies he made today. An amazing weekend of golf. Poured that one in. Turned in 5 under. Had a great back nine as well, as we see him here again on the 8th. Second shot.
How good a player can he be, do you think?
Oh, he's got everything. Mike Clayton's been raving about him for a while, and he's got all the shots. I think the most impressive thing is his temperament, to be honest. He just handles any situation, whether he has a poor hole or a good one, nothing really changes. And another birdie here on the 9th hole. This was part of a stretch where he made 5 in a row.
Half his round is the highlight reel. Suo for birdie here. This was definitely the longest putt she made for the day, just to really get things going on the back nine. And Sue again on 15 here. Her second shot in to set up her eagle opportunity. She just narrowly missed that eagle. That's what we're seeing here. The eagle.
Looked good all the way, didn't it?
So close there. How much that could have changed things, hey? Fantastic effort.
Molly Mclean sparking up the local crowd here on 17 with this chip shot. Get in was the cry, and it never looked like missing. Fantastic finish for her.
And Elvis again for birdie on 16. Sorry, correction, for eagle on 16. An easy birdie there on 16 for Elvis.
Brad Kennedy, same hole, downhill putt for eagle. He loved this stretch, 15 and 16 all week. He owned those 2 holes. Albatross yesterday, eagle today on 16, and then on 17, Elvis coming home strong. Birdie putt on 17 to get within 1 of Kennedy at that particular stage.
And then 18. Great shot in by Elvis, and then to finish it off with a birdie, 8 under par, and get him into the clubhouse lead. Obviously it wasn't quite enough until this happened. Kennedy for birdie and the win. What a shot in. And great to finish it off.
Yeah, you can see how much it meant to him. It was an up and down day. He fought hard right the way through to the end and finish off strong.
Let's get down to Brendan Goddard.
Thanks, guys. Well, we're here with Jack Holland, the winner of the Junior Players Series here from Royal Melbourne Golf Club. We're joined by Jeff Ogilvy, the host of the tournament, to present the trophy. Congratulations, Jack.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Now, mate, a somewhat come from behind win here on Sunday. How's it feel?
It feels great. It was just a pleasure being out here. Playing with the pros was awesome. It's a great experience, and obviously thanks to Jeff for hosting it. It's definitely an experience I'll never forget, and yeah, it feels great. It really does.
And what are your plans with your golf? So I see that the CU hat there, and you've just made mention you're heading overseas to college this year.
Yeah, I'm heading off to college late August this year to Colorado University in Boulder. So it's a great opportunity. I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully I can play well in the meantime before I head over there.
Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
We're now joined by the inaugural winner of the Players Series, Brad Kennedy.
Thanks.
And Jeff again will present the trophy. Mate, tell us about it firstly. Did you know the situation standing on the 18th tee and what Smiley just did ahead of you, and did that change your strategy in any way?
No, I didn't. I was worried about my own problems. I actually popped my hip on the third hole today, and it really couldn't get through the ball properly, so it was a real struggle just mentally to be able to try and get through the day, and I had to find a way on the back nine, went to plan B, and managed to hit a couple of okay shots, made a couple of birdies to get back into the tournament. I didn't look at the leaderboard all day. I didn't even know what the situation was. I knew I had to keep pressing, and to finish off like that in front of Elvis, in front of the crowd at Rosebud was pretty special. Elvis is another Sanctuary Cove mate, so it's great for us to go 1-2 it up there. But yeah, it's been a great week and a lot of firsts for me.
Yeah, good. And you obviously haven't played golf for a long time, but there was whisper within the golfing fraternity that you're starting to wind down. You've come off a win in New Zealand, another win here, leading the Order of Merit. Has the plan changed at all?
Well, after last year, I've had to reevaluate, and I'm going to have to go 2 more years now to try and achieve some things that I still feel like I'm capable of doing, and finish off Japan well. And the chance to play some World Championship events over the next couple of years is exciting. So, yeah, really got some things to do yet.
Well, congratulations. I'll give you the mic. Hand back to you guys in the studio.
Brad, congratulations. How hampered were you by that injury to your hip today?
Was just a little niggle that stopped me from being able to get through the ball. I just felt like I was coming out of it and wasn't able to stay on top of the ball, and yeah, hit a couple of very average iron shots in the middle of the round, and just had to really try and evaluate what I needed to do. And I knew that getting back to hitting fairways was important, so I managed to do that from 12 onwards, and started hit a couple of close, and to hit a 7-iron on the last to finish off the tournament. So yeah, it's very special.
Yeah, Brad, it looked as though you putted beautifully on that back nine. I noticed the stroke never changed, a real positive motion through the ball, and especially coming down the stretch, you hold some clutch putts. So how was it feeling there on the back nine?
Yeah, I just had to really dig deep. I was going through a lot of emotions after a few mishaps on the front nine, and again, it was just all about myself staying disciplined and really doing what I can control, which is getting it in position, getting it inside 10 feet and making some putts, which over the years I've really built my career on. So it's definitely nice when it comes out under pressure and able to finish it off.
And how did you enjoy the format? It's a bit of everything. You play with different type of players, obviously, and the youngsters with you as well today. So it seems like, well, I'm sure you think it's been a great weekend.
Yeah, it has been a great format to see the ladies out here all week, and also playing with the juniors. Played with 2 great juniors the last 2 days, and they've certainly got some talent. They hit it further than me already, and yeah, it's great to see them come out and give them the opportunity to play in front of a crowd so young, and just to develop that awareness of pressure and really trying to hit the shots that's required in that condition.
And you've extended your lead on the Order of Merit here in Australasia. Fantastic effort. Are you looking to play some of the next few events as well? Just keep the momentum going, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm down for the next 2 weeks, and then I've got to make a choice on the World Championship in the US, and but then I'll be back hopefully for the New South Wales Open. So yeah, planning to play as much as I can, and all things going well, we can finish off the Order of Merit in the end of March.
So what are the emotions right now?
A lot of relief, to be honest. It was a brutal day mentally today. Went through a lot to try and get myself back into a situation where I could hit some quality golf shots again. And as much as I tried to put the injury issue aside, it was sort of hampering me. But yeah, I guess these are the ones that when you dig deep and you're able to come through are the real special ones. And to Jeff and everyone here, to put on an event like this, it's great to have guys like Jeff behind, really promoting golf in Australia, and hopefully we can continue it.
Here, it was a thoroughly deserved victory today. You had to fight pretty hard, and you've explained how and why you're able to do that. Well done, enjoy it, and congratulations. Thanks for being with us.
Cheers, thanks so much, guys.
Brad Kennedy, the champion, the initial Players Series of Victoria, and he certainly produced the Adidas performance of the day, Nick. Second shot at 2, there's a few to choose from.
Oh, there certainly was. I mean, what a way to start the round. I saw Andrew Dote holding a shot on this exact hole earlier. Lovely little eagle too. Great way to start. But for me, this is the shot of the round. The tournament on the line, 7-iron into a back right-hand pin. Absolutely flags it. 3 feet above the hole. Crowd was absolutely loving it there. And this was never going to be anything but the middle of the cup. The fist pump You can see how much it meant to him. Obviously, he struggled throughout the day. Phenomenal way to finish the round off.
Yeah, fascinating to hear him talk about the physical restrictions he had, but he fought through it brilliantly, Stace.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Obviously, he's had to grind out the whole round, and how he finished. I think it's a sign of a true champion.
Who did you play with?
Play with.
And look, even now, just continuing to chat with the juniors around,
Played so well today.
which he would see as a huge importance this week.
Well, thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Nick. It's been great fun, and I hope you've enjoyed seeing and listening to all the action from Rosebud. Brad Kennedy is our champion.
You're out there.